Get ready, Tobago, as the House will reignite for the 27th sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. The recent oil spill and increased criminal activity on the island take precedence as Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lay a motion seeking support to establish a standing committee dedicated to creating and executing strategies to enable an atmosphere of environmental safety and security within Tobago's jurisdiction. Thursday from 1:30 p.m. You know the drill. Whether you choose to come in or tune in, either way, don't miss it. Get ready, Tobago, as the House will reignite for the 27th sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. The recent oil spill and increased criminal activity on the island take precedence as Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lay a motion seeking support to establish a standing committee dedicated to creating and executing strategies to enable an atmosphere of environmental safety and security within Tobago's jurisdiction. Thursday from 1:30 p.m. You know the drill. Whether you choose to come in or tune in, either way, don't miss it. Get ready, Tobago, as the House will reignite for the 27th sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. The recent oil spill and increased criminal activity on the island take precedence as Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lay a motion seeking support to establish a standing committee dedicated to creating and executing strategies to enable an atmosphere of environmental safety and security within Tobago's jurisdiction. Thursday from 1:30 p.m. You know the drill. Whether you choose to come in or tune in, either way, don't miss it. Get ready, Tobago, as the House will reignite for the 27th sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. The recent oil spill and increased criminal activity on the island take precedence as Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lay a motion seeking support to establish a standing committee dedicated to creating and executing strategies to enable an atmosphere of environmental safety and security within Tobago's jurisdiction. Thursday from 1:30 p.m. You know the drill. Whether you choose to come in or tune in, either way, don't miss it. Get ready, Tobago, as the House will reignite for the 27th sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. The recent oil spill and increased criminal activity on the island take precedence as Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lay a motion seeking support to establish a standing committee dedicated to creating and executing strategies to enable an atmosphere of environmental safety and security within Tobago's jurisdiction. Thursday from 1:30 p.m. You know the drill. Whether you choose to come in or tune in, either way, don't miss it.
Let us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Members, you may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer.
Honorable members, I receive leave of absence from today's sitting from Councillor Tashira Boris, Assemblyman Zorisha Hackett, Assemblyman Terence Baines, and Assemblyman Megan Morrison. The leave is granted. Honorable members, at the last sitting, the 26th sitting of the Tobago House of Assembly, the Secretary for Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development stood and gave his own interpretation of the Standing Order 26.5, towards questions for oral answers to secretaries as it relates to questions 103 and 104. However, before dealing with this matter at hand, I wish to highlight Standing Orders 9 and 10, which highlights the authority of the presiding officer to be the sole interpreter of the Standing Orders. The interpretation of the Standing Orders of Standing Orders 26.5 does not refer to questions that were deferred from previous sittings. The question asked prior to question 103 and 104 were deferred from the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th sitting. My decision was made to invoke the ruling of Standing Order 26.7 due to the backlog of questions on the order paper and worry of exceeding 45 minutes allotted for the question and answer period. Nevertheless, this response given by the Secretary the Secretary submitted answers that were incomplete and only provided answers for questions A and B from question 103, and no response was given for C of question 103 and question 104. As such, they have remained on the order paper to be answered at this sitting. I have directed the clerk of the Assembly to circulate what was submitted to the Secretary to all members of this House. Chief Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I rise to appoint Assemblyman Dr. Faith B. Israel, member for Belgrade and Glamorgan, to act as leader of Assembly business at today's sitting.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Madam Presiding Officer, I stand to lay the following: the Tobago House of Assembly monthly budget report at the end of October 2023.
Presentation of reports from dispute resolution commissions, select committees, chief secretary's questions for oral answers to the chief secretary.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 5 to the Chief Secretary. What is the Chief Secretary's intention to deal with the declining state of Tobago's economy?
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Having inherited an economy that was already in decline, owing to several factors, one of which is the COVID-19 pandemic, the other of which is a significantly large and unsustainable debt of the THA amounting to well over $900 million in debt. This administration has since, over the last 2 years, has sought to develop new startups in the economy on an average of 80 per year out of the Division of Finance. From the BDU department, this administration has ramped up the grant offerings, and we are about to increase the threshold, or rather the cap on the amounts that can be given for grants. This administration has also saved one cooperative from absolute collapse in the space, and that's in addition to the social programs which have all increased. The Tobago House of Assembly increased salaries prior to the increase in the minimum wage for URP and CPEP. The Tobago House of Assembly also took on new cadres in the daily rated program. The Tobago House of Assembly also developed the 10-on, 10-off program at the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, all in efforts to ensure that persons suffering the impact of a declining economy will, in fact, find some relief across the Division of Social Department, rather of Social Services. We have increased the threshold for the food cards, as in the value on food cards, and we have also increased our support for other social programs, the least of which is perhaps the funeral grant program.
Minority Leader.
Madam Presiding Officer, given that the Chief Secretary inherited, based on CSO data, an economy that grew by 4% in 2021 and then declined consecutively, resulting in a net decline of over 6%, including the decline in construction, decline in the agriculture sector, decline in tourism. Can the Chief Secretary tell this House what are the specific measures to remedy this decline in construction, decline in tourism, and decline in agriculture?
Chief Secretary.
Madam Presiding Officer, that follow-up question is...
I don't think that the Chief Secretary is allowed follow-up questions, Minority Leader, for Chief Secretary's question.
Oh, sorry. But I just wanted to point out that that follow-up was laden with inaccuracies.
According to the standing orders, there aren't follow-up questions, so we'll go quickly to question 6. Minority Leader.
Question number 6, can the Chief Secretary explain the circumstances which led to several Tobagonians being lost in the forest? And recently, because this question is quite old.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The technical advisor in the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development has embarked on a mission to look at all informal road networks across the island. That means road networks that were once trodden by donkeys and carts and human foot, with the viewpoint of looking at whether or not some of these informal roads are feasible, and feasible in the sense that they will provide ease of traffic, ease of congestion, and ease with which people can reach and communicate with each other across the island. In that regard, the technical advisor took a team through the forest looking at an old road that connects north of Tobago with east of Tobago. And those were the circumstances by which they got lost.
Question, Minority Leader.
Question number 7. What is the process being used to hire persons in daily paid positions across the divisions of the Assembly? And how many persons have been hired in the various divisions thus far?
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Only 2 divisions have completed their work with daily rated hirings. That's the Division of Food Security and the Division of Health. The process involves a lengthy bit of negotiation and conversation with the union involved. That's the major union for daily rated workers. The division will first seek to establish its list of vacancies, and that's done in conjunction with the union. That list is posted. The second step would be to regularize anyone who is on what is known as a casual or regular list, since they would have accrued years of service. And then the union and the division decide on how to hire the remaining numbers to fulfill the vacancies. Currently, over the Division of Health, their number is at 357, and over at the Division of Food Security, their number is at 150.
Minority Leader. And as per Standing Order 26. 26.1, there's no need to read the questions.
Okay. No problem. Madam Presiding Officer, question number 8.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The new Stolly Park Enterprise Limited Board was approved as at March 30th, 2023, and the letters of appointment were issued on April 3rd, 2023 for a period of 1 year.
Minority Leader.
Question number 9.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. There is no new EID Court board. The EID Court board's tenure expired January 31, 2024 for a period of 21 months. And in this transitional period, as the executive prepares for a new board, the signatories, meaning the account signatories, are retained for the operations of EID Court until such time as a new board is installed.
Minority Leader.
Madam Presiding Officer, just on a point of clarity, as you are well aware, this question was posed for a period previous. So based on the questions, is the Chief Secretary in a position to provide us with at least the previous board, answer the question in terms of what existed during the previous board?
Chief Secretary.
I can, in fact, answer that question, but I wish to point out that the EID Court board was in place for 21 months. This question entered the order paper sometime late last year, well into the board tenure, and not necessarily on the cusp of or immediately after a new board. But I can, in fact, indicate the old board members and their positions. Chairman Ken Wright, Deputy Chairman Mr. Anselm Richards, Public Accounts and HR Mrs. Urina Noel Moore, Procurement, Construction, Mr. Shem Hercules, Construction Project Management, Mr. Stephen Martin, Project Management, Ms. Abena Richards, Civil Engineering, Mr. Ryan Melville, Occupational Safety, Project Management, Health and Safety, Ms. Rachel Wickham, Construction Management, Mr. Delma Sandy.
Minority Leader.
Thank you. Question number 10.
Chief Secretary.
The answer is no.
Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 1 to the Chief Secretary.
Chief Secretary.
Madam Presiding Officer, the outcomes of the last or the 2nd October Carnival for Tobago speak for themselves, and more than which the business community has publicly indicated an overwhelming increase in sales, occupation, and all other related matters. And given the numbers of visitors on the island, given the fact that most services, related services, were at 100% or more in terms of engagement, one must be satisfied that the second installation was indeed superior to the first installation.
Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 2.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to ask that question number 2 be deferred, as the answers I am getting are inconclusive at the moment. We're still waiting on 2 divisions to provide their data. So I'll ask that you remain on the order paper.
Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 1 to the Chief Secretary.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. This question has to be treated in 2 parts. We have to treat with the issue of late salaries separate and apart from the matter with payments to service providers. With regards to service providers, the reality is that the Tobago House of Assembly has always been very tardy in paying service providers. Tardy to the extent that this government is in fact now paying service providers, in some cases 8 and 10 years old. That means naturally that in some regards, current service providers will be forced to wait while all bills are being settled. And notwithstanding that, we also acknowledge that there is a significant, perhaps competency gap within the accounts departments of the Tobago House of Assembly that sometimes account for tardy payment. With regards to delay in salaries, I agree that it is unacceptable, and I've said so publicly, that workers continue to receive their salaries late in several areas. As a matter of fact, Madam Presiding Officer, allow me to share the most recent example where over the Christmas holiday, when the Ministry of Finance had already given dates for salaries, for payment of salaries and pensions, there was a significant number of daily rated workers out of the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport that did not receive their salaries until January. And that's notwithstanding the fact that the division had the requisite amount of releases. There were monies in the division to pay the workers. The reason given by the administrator at that time is that the monthly pay, the public servants, that they all took their shopping days and took time off, and they did not get around to doing the salaries on time. And so I will re-echo what I've stated publicly before, that it is unacceptable that people continue to receive their salaries late. In that regard, I've asked the Chief Administrator to convene a task force with other administrators to look division by division on what the issues are and to then arrive at solutions. Because if it is monies are made available to pay employees, the divisions have those releases on time, and the divisions are still paying late, then it means there is a system problem with the system that has to be fixed. As to the final part of the question, has the Chief Secretary ever received his salary late? The answer to that will be yes. And my first salary as Chief Secretary was indeed very late.
Minority Leader.
Question number 1.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I met with the employees at TATCO at the end of September 2023. In this meeting, we had the chairman of TATCO board. We also had the CEO of TATCO and many of the workers, not all of the workers. At that meeting, I indicated to the workers then that there will be some restructuring at TATCO owing to the inefficiencies in TATCO. And I also pointed out that the executive was at the time considering relocating some of the employees back to their substantive or their original positions, either in the division or elsewhere where they worked previously. As part of the restructuring process. It was also made clear to the workers at that time that every effort will be made to save the employment status of the current employees, and it was also made clear at that time that everyone will be required to reapply as their contractual periods were coming to an end.
Minority Leader.
Question number 2.
Chief Secretary.
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, the answer to that question is yes. The THA is operating in strict compliance with the rules and regulations of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act since its proclamation in April of 2023. In fact, that strict adherence has led to delays, even in payments to both service providers and individuals providing services. As you may be aware, just for the recently held February Carnival, it was made clear that payments would be made only to people with business accounts. And of course, that drew the ire of some members of the community. Currently, I'll give another example. Currently, with regards to the Heritage Festival last year and payments, we have had to ask internal audit to treat with some of the invoices there because they were just not compliant with the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act. And I have asked the Chief Administrator to write errant public servants in that regard to ensure they account for not following strictly the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act.
Minority Leader.
Question number 3.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 3. The answer to question number 3, part A, is 3. The answer to part B of the question, the respective appointment and termination dates are March 28, 2022 to August 29, 2023, August 30, 2022 to March 27, 2023, and April 3, 2023. The answer to question
No, we're not.
that's it, part B?
No, we're not yet.
Oh yes, that's it.
Just for clarity, if you may permit, Madam Presiding Officer, we asked for, so could the Chief Secretary kindly just differentiate at what point we appointed executive chairpersons and at what point we appointed just a chairman, please.
This is in relation to
The first
part
question,
B.
because it was specific, no, the first question A was specific to how many executive chairman and or. So it should say 2 executive chairman and 1 chairman or 3 executive chairman alone, because we said and or.
Chief Secretary.
So it is 3 executive chairmanship, so 3 appointments to executive chairmanship, either substantively or in an acting capacity, and 2 appointments for chairman.
So in that regard, can we also have the periods, if not verbal, can we have it in writing in terms of the period served as executive chairman?
If you would accede, if not, the Chief Secretary, I will remind you that you have 5 minutes to Chief Secretary's question.
We'll take it in writing, Madam Presiding Officer.
All members are free to ask for written responses to questions.
You would submit it to his office.
No, let the member make a submission for a response in writing, a question for written response, and then I'll treat it thereafter.
Thank you. Minority Leader.
Question number 4.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Right. This is with regards to the total expenditure for the 2023 Tobago Day celebrations, including all the various activities held across divisions, from the Office of the Chief Secretary, which did the Tobago Day Awards, the Tobago Day Thanksgiving and hosted most of the events, $584,748.63. The Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary, $22,967.52. Health, Wellness, and Social Protection, $53,786.08. Division of Infrastructure, Quarries, and Urban Development, $67,763.76. Division of Education, Research, and Technology, $53,562. Division of Community Development, Youth Development, and Sport, $281,675.40. Division of Finance, Trade, and the Economy, $38,645.62. Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development, $96,498.99. Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation, $70,728.21. Division of Settlements, Public Utilities, and Rural Development, $23,400. The Assembly Legislature, $66,280 for a total of $1,360,056.21.
Minority Leader.
Question number 5.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you very much. Christmas activity. Office of the Chief Secretary, $177,587.50. Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary, $33,375. Health, Wellness, and Social Protection, $21,957.11. Education, Research, and Technology, $347,649.19. Oh, apologies. Division of Education, Research, and Technology, no expenditure, zero. Division of Community Development, Youth Development, and Sport, $347,649.19. Division of Finance, Trade, and Economy, $196,572.57. Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, and the Environment, $175,898.34. Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation, $19,100. Division of Settlements, Public Utilities, and Rural Development, $37,830. The Assembly Legislature co-shared the experience with the Office of the Chief Secretary at $177,587.50.
Minority Leader.
Question number 6.
Chief Secretary.
Question number 6. The question reads, as it relates to the composition of the Study Park Enterprise Limited, why has the board discontinued the structure of having independent directors and executive directors and revised the payment of directors accordingly? The board has neither discontinued the structure of having independent and executive directors nor revised the payments of directors accordingly. The board, in fact, no board has any such authority.
Honorable members, the time for Chief Secretary's question has since elapsed. Clerk?
Questions to secretaries. Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Mike?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. As far as I am aware, the executive is prepared to answer all of the questions laid in the House where the secretary is present at the sitting.
Are you then asking for a deferral for questions for secretaries who aren't here?
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer.
Deferrals granted. Minority Leader.
Madam Presiding Officer, question number 103 to the Secretary of Infrastructure.
Assemblyman James.
Madam Presiding Officer, as always, it's a pleasure to stand in this House, and I stand on the support of the good people of Scarborough, Mount Grace. Question number 103A. The answer is $69,921.75. The Secretary has not been reimbursed for this trip to date.
Minority. Follow-up.
Madam Presiding Officer, in keeping with the original question, and as it relates to the statement, we would like some clarity on exactly who was or were the wide family members or companies that assisted in bringing our esteemed secretary back to safe landing via a jet, a private jet. So we just want to know. It could be brother, sister, and we want to know. We are concerned about the secretary's welfare.
Assemblyman James.
Madam Presiding Officer, I submitted a written response as advised, instructed by you to this question, and I stand strongly by that response.
Minority Leader.
So I just want to confirm the secretary isn't prepared. Is the secretary prepared to tell us who? Simple question. Is he prepared to tell the people of Tobago who paid for the trip?
Minority Leader, wasn't this question asked and answered at the last sitting via written response?
Madam Presiding Officer, we got a question that told me to, an answer that told me to refer to a statement. The statement is very inconclusive. It neither tells us who, how, and we are asking as a follow-up because part of the original question to this was who. We asked who. He told us, refer to the statement. All the statement says is simply that he would have reached out to his wide networks of friends and family. And we are now asking whether he's prepared to tell us exactly.
Granted, this was a question that was asked and answered.
No,
I
but
can't have you asking.
Answers.
I can't have you asking the exact same question again.
No, but we are probing for more answers, clarity. All I want is clarity. I'm asking for exactly who. Be specific. Is it your mother? Is it your brother? Is it
Minority
my brother
Leader?
Max James?
Minority Leader, I would caution you, please. The question was asked and a response was given.
But the point of a follow-up
Question
is to
104.
make the answer intelligible.
Question 104, Minority Leader.
Question 104 to the Secretary of Infrastructure.
Assemblyman James.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Part A of the question, the answer is $1,031,086.25.
Wow.
Part B of the question, we believe, Madam Presiding Officer, very strongly that the actions of the EMA with regard to this matter is not in keeping with the precedents between the EMA and the THA in years past. And I want to preface my answer with the following facts. Castara Housing Development, start date the 6th of January 2003. The date of application, the 2nd of the 4th month, 2004. The date of award of a CEC, 29th of the 6th, 2004. 18 months after the project started, the EMA,
complete the application.
Madam Presiding Officer, took no action.
Assemblyman
this is-
James, I am failing to see the relevance to the question asked.
Madam Presiding Officer, the question is alluding to actions of the EMA in the matter of the Friendship Road. And therefore, the actions of the EMA in relation to the THA becomes relevant. Corlan Estate, the start date, December 2012. The date of application for a CEC, the 2nd of the 10th month, 2012. The date of award, the 13th of the 11th month, 2013. Total time elapsed before award of a CEC, the EMA took no action, 11 months. And I can go on like this, but in the save time, I know there are many questions on the other paper. The point of the matter is, Madam Presiding Officer, that the EMA, in relation to the Friendship Road, in our opinion, deviated from the established precedents of working with the THA in order to achieve certificate of environmental clearance. The project at Friendship started May 8 by letter dated the 22nd of April, a few weeks. The EMA wrote the division about its purported failure to apply for a CEC before the work had commenced. 2 weeks. In the cases when the PNM was in office, 11 and 18 months. Before receiving a response, the EMA sought and received an ex parte injunction on May 26th to halt the project. The EMA visited the site with the TTPS to ensure that the work was in fact stopped. All of this in the month of May, 3 weeks after the project started. The DIQD made an application for the CEC on June 6th, 2023. The DIQD and the EMA visited the site on June 26th, and pursuant to the division's CEC application, the EMA granted a CEC on September 6th. The parties agreed by consent to have the injunction order lifted. The injunction was lifted on September 14th. The parties agreed by consent dated the 12th of December 2023 to have the matter discontinued. The EMA's first compliant visit was on October 2026, and all was deemed to be good. The EMA's second compliant visit was on February 8, 2024, and we remain without complaint. Question C. What are the terms of the CEC? Madam Presiding Officer, the terms are quite extensive, that I'll do my best in my slow reading style to go as quickly as I can. The general conditions under general terms and conditions. Item 1.1, the CC holder shall take notice of the issuance of this certificate is not an authorization to commence any work related to the project. Works related to the project shall only commence when all approvals from other statutory, regulatory, and relevant agencies are obtained. These include, but are not limited to, Town and Country Planning, Department of State Lands, Department of Natural Resources and Forestry, Water and Sewage Authority, Occupational Safety and Health, Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. Item number 2, the CEC holder shall take notice that the grant of the CEC with conditions does not exempt the CEC holder from the requirement to ensure compliance with all other relevant legislative provisions having force of law. Item number 3, Certificate of Environmental Clearance number 6672-2023. The CEC holder shall take notice that the project design, description, and scope, as well as the prevention, mitigation, and monitoring measures for the anticipated impacts presented in the application for this certificate and any other additional information provided in writing form part of the conditions to which the CEC holder shall adhere unless modified as by listed condition within this certificate. The CEC holder, item 1.4, shall submit a finalized scope of works for the remaining activities and a detailed schedule for such to the EMA at least 5 working days prior to the commencement of any works related to the project. 1.5, the CEC holder shall ensure that all proposed supporting infrastructure, facilities, and management systems required to maximize the effectiveness of mitigation measures are installed/implemented and functioning prior to the commencement of any related works. 1.6, the CEC holder shall ensure the fulfillment of the following requirements for all written reports, plans, or notifications submitted to the EMA in respect of this certificate. A, the CEC number and the relevant CEC conditions are stated in the title or cover letter of this document. 1 digital copy in PDF format of each report, plan or notification. C, all reports, plans, or notifications shall be addressed to the office of the manager Permit Monitoring and Complaints Environmental Management Authority, number 8 Elizabeth Street, St. Clair, Port of Spain, and submitted via email to pmc@ema.co.tt. Item number 7, Madam Presiding Officer.
Assemblyman James. Assemblyman James, is there more to the terms and conditions?
Madam Presiding Officer, if there is more, yes, there is more.
In the interest of time, I would ask that you submit a copy of that document to the minority's office, please.
I can furnish the minority with this copy if he so chooses today, right now. I'm sure he has a copy already, but I can furnish him with this one.
Minority Leader, follow-up questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Assemblyman James.
Given that the Secretary have paid such close detail to the terms and conditions, and one of the very first conditions is ensuring that there's tongue and country approval, can the Secretary confirm to this Honorable House whether tongue and country approval was sought? So as the conditions claim, no work should be started until all these statutory approvals are applied for and had. Can he confirm whether this project, they did make an application to tongue and country and it was approved?
Assemblyman James?
I would repeat, the EMA's first compliant visit to the site post CEC was on October 26th, 2023, and there were no complaints. The EMA's second compliance visit to the site was on February 8th, during the oil spill. There was no complaint from the EMA. I want to note, however, Madam Presiding Officer, that there seems to be a lack of appreciation of how things are done. The airport project today has not submitted drawings to the Division of Infrastructure for approval. The project is going on 3 years.
Yes.
Maybe we should take an injunction against it.
Yes.
Minority, follow-up.
Madam Presiding Officer, so I have in my hand an FOI request to tongue and country. And in that request, inquiry under Section 13 of the Freedom of Information Act, request for access to official documents. And one of the main questions asked in that FOI was whether tongue and country received an application for that road. And in this response from tongue and country, I am advised, based on the copy of the document I have in my hands, that there was no tongue and country application received
Question,
from the division.
Minority Leader.
So the question is, can the Secretary confirm whether this information received from tongue and country is indeed accurate or inaccurate? They are saying you have made absolutely no application to them, which is a breach of the terms of conditions of the CC. Can you confirm whether this is in fact
Assemblyman James?
or untrue?
Madam Presiding Officer, I'll have to check my records at the division to confirm or deny, and I will present that answer in the future if the question is asked again.
Minority Leader.
Question 106 to the Secretary of Food Security.
Assemblyman Natisha Charles-Panton.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question 106, as it relates to TADCO, can the Secretary confirm if any close relative of any member of the Board of Directors has been engaged to provide training to staff, consultancy, or any other human resource related services? Madam Presiding Officer, TADCO has not engaged or did not engage any human resource service or consultant. Yeah, so no monies were paid to any consultant at TADCO.
Minority Leader.
Madam Presiding Officer, is the Secretary prepared to deny that the mother-in-law of the chairman of TADCO was paid a stipend for training services? Is she prepared to say categorically that the mother-in-law of the chairman was not paid a stipend for training, which is an HR-related service?
Assemblyman Charles Pantin.
Just 1 second. So I sought to investigate what the minority councillor is referring to. Sorry, minority leader, sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's very difficult to believe you are the minority leader. And the chairman submitted a report which states Dr. Gloria Edwards Joseph was hired by the previous administration to review and make recommendations as it relates to TADCO's organizational structure. She was actually hired by the previous administration. So because the documents were missing when we got into office, we had to consult with people that were hired by the previous administration. I was hired by the previous administration, so she was one of them. So her being the mother-in-law of someone, right, that has nothing to do with what exists during our period.
Minority Leader.
Question still remains. Was any payment during the period of this chairman made to the mother-in-law of the chairman? Simple, yes or no?
Assemblyman Pantin.
Madam Presiding Officer, when I inquired about question number 106, right, the board submitted that no one was engaged, no payments were made to recruit a consultant or any HR-related services. So no monies were paid to anyone.
Minority Leader.
Question 107.
Question 107 to whom?
To the Secretary of Infrastructure.
Assemblyman Trevor James.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Part A of the question. This project was an in-house project executed by teams of the development program, utilizing equipment through the rent and lease program. I don't know where this question is leading to go, but that's the answer. And part B, therefore, is not relevant.
Minority Leader, sorry.
Madam Presiding Officer, this road, as far as I recall, was the subject of an Auditor General's report, where the Auditor General is on record as having concern that the chosen contractor, and I don't know if the Division of Infrastructure would refer to itself as a contractor, but the chosen contractor sent in the claim specific to the Secretary at the time. I am advised that this road was paved by a company that is located in West Tobago. So I just want the Secretary to confirm whether this road is not the same road that was paved by that company in West Tobago. That is for the Boko Easter period around that time.
Assemblyman James.
Madam Presiding Officer, I am not responsible for the Auditor General and the pronouncements of the Auditor General. However, I can say categorically that this road was paved through the division in-house using equipment from several service providers, and whether the Auditor General believes otherwise, I don't know what to say.
Minority Leader.
Is the Secretary satisfied with the current condition of the road having been paved just about a year or so ago?
Assemblyman James.
Madam Officer, this is the presiding officer. This is a follow-up question to this question that is in the order paper.
It speaks to the paving of said road.
Yeah.
So yes.
I will have to drive down to Buku. What's the name of the road? Buku Bay Road. I don't know where that road exists, but I'll drive down to Buku Bay Road tonight, and I'll be able to make a personal assessment tonight, and I will come to the next sitting and give my personal assessment of the quality of the road from tonight.
Minority Leader. Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question 111 to the Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Assemblyman Augustine.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. The individual is impacting on the public road reserve as his house is within approximately 4 feet of the road reserve when it should be 25 feet of the road reserve. The Executive Council did in fact authorize the Secretary and the engineers in the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development to have prior consultation with and to propose offers to one Mr. Walters in hopes that we can ensure that he does not remain within the road reserve zone, the public road reserve zone. It must be noted that the lands in that area are not owned by Mr. Walters, but owned by another private entity.
Madam Presiding Officer, C, is the Secretary convinced that he had the authority to make the offer, and D, does the Secretary consider that these actions appropriate?
Assemblyman Augustine.
Well, Madam Presiding Officer, the authority for such actions comes only from the Executive Council. And if I'm answering in the affirmative of the Executive Council, it did in fact authorize Mr. Secretary James, and his staff at the division to enter into those consultations and to make offers. And I could tell you what the offer is. The offer is that, one, he be relocated into rental arrangements for a period of 6 months, and that the THA replace his home in a much more suitable location on lands owned by the THA. Those are the broad terms.
Minority Councillor.
D is still outstanding, Madam Presiding Officer.
Do we have to go through this, Assemblyman Augustine? Part D of
Madam Presiding
question
Officer,
111.
if the Executive Council authorize the Secretary and the workers in the division to have those actions, then those actions are not just appropriate, but they are very legal.
Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The Chief Secretary would have indicated that the Executive, and I'm confirming, did the Executive Council authorize the Chief Secretary, or did they authorize the Secretary of Infrastructure? Because I think I heard the Chief Secretary saying that he was authorized. And then in response to C and D, he said Secretary James. So I want to confirm, did the Executive Council authorize the Chief Secretary, or did they authorize the Secretary of Infrastructure and the technocrats in the Division of Infrastructure?
Assemblyman Augustine, can you clarify?
Madam Presiding Officer, so let me go slowly. The Executive Council authorized Secretary James and the technocrats in the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development to have prior consultation with one Mr. Walters, who is currently living within 4 feet of the road reserve when the statutory requirement is 25 feet. part of that instruction from the Executive Council to Secretary James and the technocrats at the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development is that the Executive Council of the Tobago House of Assembly is prepared to relocate Mr. Waters and his family for a period of 6 months, where the rent will be paid by the THA, for which an appropriate vote was identified in the Department of Social Protection. And secondly, that we will replace his home completely consistent with his current living standards. Those were the general terms for which the Secretary and the technocrats in the Division of Infrastructure could or were given the authority to have consultations and to make those offers.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, Madam. Thank you, Chief Secretary, for the clarification. So in light of that clarification, Madam Presiding Officer, to the Chief Secretary, why were you involved in that process and visiting to negotiate? And what was your role, since the Executive Council would have authorized Secretary James?
Chief Secretary.
And not you.
Assemblyman Augustine.
Thank you, Madam President Officer. I visited the site of the construction, including Mr. Waters, on 2 occasions, and I made that visit with Secretary James and the technocrats of the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. And as Chief Secretary and Head of the Executive Council, I am authorized to accompany any secretary here to monitor any work that they do and to get involved in any work that they do.
Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Another follow-up to the Chief Secretary. Can the Chief Secretary indicate what is the cost? Because you would have identified some of the things, actions that will be negotiated, but can you tell us what is the associated cost with the actions?
Assemblyman Augustine.
Madam Presiding Officer, there is no associated cost at this time because the gentleman has not agreed to anything that was offered. Therefore, no place was rented, although in the last conversation which I was a part of that included Secretary James, he identified a possible area. Mr. Waters himself identified a location for rent, but he has not followed through on it thereafter. And therefore, at this time, there is zero associated cost. The only thing that is regrettable is that Mr. Waters will happen to live within 4 feet of a road reserve. That poses natural endangerment to his life, that of his family, quality of living, but that is also his call, right? And as I pointed out, he is on the public road reserve within 4 feet of it, when the statutory requirement, the standard requirement is 25 feet.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries or assistant secretaries.
Councillor Williams-O.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I rise to make this statement in accordance with Standing Order 29 of the Standing Orders of the Tobago House of Assembly. Madam Presiding Officer, on January 24th, 2024, the Minority Leader, Assemblyman Kelvin Morris, tabled a motion in this House for debate. Paragraph 2 of the aforementioned motion read, and whereas TADCO became the successor company to the 3 companies named above, retained the services of all of their employees and who were put to function in positions laid out, in a new organizational structure approved for the operations of this new company with assumption of duties effective October 1st, 2020. Additionally, the minority leader stressed, here it is the administration onboarded a Tobago son with experience in that field, not caring for his politics of the day. And one of the persons who gave support to this transition was Mr. Gladstone Solomon, who I see is being utilized in the Division of Community Development as an advisor. So it tells us that he does have some level of capacity. This proud Tobago son would have been part of the process from beginning to the very end, including the engagement of staff. Madam Presiding Officer, I have been able to obtain a copy of a report titled Final Report on the Organizational Structuring of the Tobago Agribusiness Development Company Limited, TATCO. This report was authored by Mr. Gladstone Solomon and was submitted to the chairman of the Board of Directors, Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, on November 13th, 2020. A perusal of this report revealed that at a meeting with the chairman, deputy chairman, and 2 directors of the Board of Directors of the Tobago Agribusiness Development Company Limited, TATCO, on September 3rd, 2020, the services of Mr. Solomon were engaged for the following: design and organizational structure for TATCO, develop job descriptions for each position proposed for the company,
Councillor
recommend...
Minority Leader, I know by now you know she has to give way for you to stand on anything. Yeah? Continue.
Recommend a base salary for each of the proposed positions. Madam Presiding Officer, the dates of the engagement of the services of Mr. Solomon, September 3rd, 2020, and the delivery of the final report, November 13th, 2020, are to be carefully noted. This House must recall that during the debate on the motion, as brought by the minority leader, it was pointed out that letters of offer for employment with this newly incorporated company, TATCO, as signed and issued by the chairman of the then Board of Directors, were dated August 28th, 2020. Wow. The individuals so offered were required to respond in writing within 7 days of receipt of the offer. It is very evident that the letters of offer for employment were made before Mr. Solomon was engaged. Employees were hired with effect from October 1st, 2020, more than a month prior to the submission of a report by Mr. Solomon. Therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, as was done during the debate on January 24, 2024, these facts stand to debunk the notion presented by the minority leader in this House that as at October 1st, 2020, there existed a new organizational structure approved for the operations of this new company with assumptions of duty effective October 1st, 2020. Madam Presiding Officer, if the recommendations submitted by Mr. Solomon were accepted and approved, sorry.
Honorable members, if information is placed on an order paper, it is by my approval. The statement was submitted to be read in the House by the member, and it was approved by myself. Please allow the member to finish her statement. Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, if the recommendations submitted by Mr. Solomon were accepted and approved by the then Board of Directors, then it is reasonable to believe that this action was facilitated after November 13, 2020. The proud Tobago son, Gladstone Solomon, was clearly not a part of the process from beginning to the very end, including the engagement of staff. I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Minority Leader, you have a follow-up question if necessary. Madam Clerk.
Personal explanations, introduction of bills, motion relating to the business or sitting of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary, public business, executive council, motion.
Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I rise to present the motion standing in my name, and the motion reads as follows. Whereas the increase in criminal activity, the recent oil spill and other burgeoning social ills have forced Tobagonians to critically analyze our overall safety. And whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, while not vested with direct authority over national security, possesses the capacity to advocate for and engage in collaborative endeavors with pertinent entities to effectively enable an atmosphere of security within Tobago's jurisdiction. And whereas the formulation and execution of focused intervention strategies in Tobago necessitate a proactive and multifaceted approach underpinned by the active involvement of all stakeholders. Be it resolved that the Tobago House of Assembly adopts a comprehensive, integrated approach encompassing all the facets of THA operations to bolster intervention strategies aimed at reassuring public safety on the island. And be it further resolved that this Assembly establishes a standing committee devoted to the continual monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of these intervention strategies, thereby ensuring their efficacy in diminishing crime rates and fostering an environment conducive to the safety and security of Tobago's residents. Madam Presiding Officer, it is against the backdrop of our forced and unpleasant reality that I brought this motion to the House for debate and discussions. I brought it because we as a collective seek to co-create practical and implementable solutions to the disturbingly concerning crime and security challenge confronting and displacing the peaceful and loving defining DNA of Tobago. At the national level, Madam Presiding Officer, the anecdotal evidence points to a state of fear of crime, a fear of violence, where the citizenry has seemingly given up to the uncontrolled terror and grief that are packed in the destructive winds of the crime storm that have been continuously battering our nation for the last 2 decades. Madam Presiding Officer, it's important to point out this early in my presentation that Trinidad and Tobago's challenge with crime has occurred across varying administrations at the national and the local levels. The police data on serious crimes for the years 2018 to 2022 says that a total of 61,004 serious crimes were committed and reported to the police. This works out to an annual average of 12,200 serious crimes nationally. A total of 2,953 murders, the most heinous of serious crimes committed and reported to the police. This gives an annual average of 591 murders, and illegal firearms is the weapon of choice used to commit over 90% of the reported murders. We have seen recently, Madam Presiding Officer, conversations even within CARICOM about the state of crime in the region, and I'll speak some more to that in a short while. The murder rate per 100,000 of the population was calculated as 39.4 in 2022. In 2023, a total of 576 murders were reported and committed and recorded compared to 605 murders for 2022. I just told you, Madam Presiding Officer, that our running with crime might very well be a regional issue. A former General Secretary of United Nations pointed out that the Caribbean might very well be the world's most murderous region when we look at the statistics on a per capita basis. So we have a problem. We note, Madam Presiding Officer, the recent discussions led by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago on gun-related violence in the Caribbean, and the fact that conversations have started with North America on the illicit importation of guns into the Caribbean region, most of which comes from the North American society. After all, in the Caribbean, we are not known to be manufacturers of guns. Madam Presiding Officer, with limited focus on murders, the deadliest and most humanly impactful of serious crime, our insecurity challenge, I'm going to let bear in the House for national community viewing and listening to these proceedings. Madam Presiding Officer, let's look as well at the financial resources that this country has directly spent with the aim of alleviating national crime, or the national crime storm, via the allocations to the Ministry of National Security from fiscal 2018 to 2024. And Madam President, it's important to point out that this is just what is spent through the Ministry of National Security. But there are other ministries, there are local government entities, there are other agencies for which allocations are made for programs, social programs, that are also meant to alleviate this crime storm. But I'll focus on the Ministry of National Security for a moment. In 2018, 3.78 billion. 2019, 3.75 billion. 2020, 3.74 billion. 2021, 3.21 billion. 2022, 3.11 billion. 2023, 3.21 billion, and for fiscal 2024, the current fiscal period, 3.83 billion, for a total of 24.55 billion. Madam Presiding Officer, I will summarize only to say that it is evident that the citizenry has not experienced any material improvement on account of the 24.55 billion the government has spent on the insecurity challenge over the period under review. The clear message from the data is that the policies, strategies, projects and programs deployed by the national government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago have not worked and are not doing the work. And I will return to that later. Madam Presiding Officer, looking at the Tobago component of the national insecurity challenge from the perspective of the police records of reported serious crimes committed on the island of Tobago for the years 2018 to 2023 and January 1 to February 2024 has revealed the following. In 2018, a total of 845 serious crimes, inclusive of 9 murders, were reported and recorded in Tobago. In 2019, a total of 804 serious crimes, inclusive of 10 murders, reported in Tobago. In 2021, a total of 722 serious crimes, inclusive of 7 murders, were reported and recorded in Tobago. In 2023, a total of 757 serious crimes, inclusive of 14 murders, were reported and recorded in Tobago. And in 2024, as at February 19, 2024, 59 serious crimes, inclusive of 4 murders, were reported and recorded. Firearm was the weapon of choice used to commit the vast majority of the 74 murders experienced in Tobago between 2018 and present. Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago serious crimes data are indeed troubling and concerning to all of us. Sadly, the data presents hard evidence of an ugly and violent change in our social and human interaction. And that's happening in a Tobago that was once definable as an island of closely knitted communities and villages. I've always said that for us in Tobago, our families are larger than our villages. Sure. In fact, we have families on this island who, in numbers, are bigger than some of our existing villages. There is hardly a village you could go to in Tobago and not find a family. It is why whenever we meet a Tobagonian, the first question we ask, where's your surname? Where from? Because we're trying to draw connection. But Madam Presiding Officer, it's troubling that closely knitted community, village, island vibes that we have had, that's changing. And given Tobago's small population, small physical size, and our tourism-driven service economy, the emerging trend of gun violence and murder will have a devastating social, economic, and human impact. The question that naturally arises, Madam Presiding Officer, is what is the authority and responsibility of the Tobago Island government to intervene and create safety solutions to the insecurity challenge that are confronting us. Madam Presiding Officer, I visited the recognized social theories on this matter. And in looking at the social theories on this matter, Madam Presiding Officer, I am forced to bring this motion to this House today so that perhaps, perchance, Tobagonians can renew their social contract with each other. I looked particularly, Madam Presiding Officer, at the explanations of the evolution of modern human societies and the responsibilities and duties of consistent entities such as the government and the citizenry. Madam Presiding Officer, if I look at John Locke's social contract theory, that posits the idea of life, liberty, and property as given to us by nature, and that should not be taken away. This speaks to the well-known concept that all men are born free and equal. And Locke went further and stated that people form society and elect government primarily to protect these rights. You're talking about life, liberty, and property. But in order for that to work, people have to observe and follow the laws the government makes for the society. So if you look at Locke's theory, his social contract theory, that theory has been, social contract has been broken every day. People vote for the government to protect the rights of life, liberty, and property. And in return, the people ought to obey the laws created by the government to do just that. So it's evident that that social contract is being broken even as we speak. Madam Presiding Officer, we could go to Rousseau, who posited that government must in all circumstances ensure the freedom and liberty of the citizenry. Rousseau also holds that a society is free when it is governed by its own laws. This is achievable by the right of a people to self-determination, which is manifested by the right to elect a representative government of their choice. And Rousseau's theory is quite instructive, because Rousseau is essentially tying every human being's right to self-determination to the matter of safety and security. And we have to ask ourselves, if the Tobago House of Assembly had greater control over its security apparatus, would we be a safer island than where we are right now? Madam Presiding Officer, it is easy to see the above-mentioned feature of Rousseau's social contract in the contract of America as a modern human society. The manifestation of this is the fact that peoples of each of the 50 states that constitute America are governed by their own state laws in that federal setup. Again, part of the conversation must include a conversation about Tobago's autonomy and our ability to pass laws for our own socio-economic well-being. Madam Presiding Officer, we in Tobago know too well that we are not governed by our own laws. It is therefore the denial of this fundamental human right that ignites our decades of struggle for internal self-government. Tobagonians also know that right is not something that anybody gives to us, but that which no one can take from us. And for this profound reason, our internal self-government struggle will live on until such time as we have our autonomy. Sure. With that said, Madam Presiding Officer, I understand and I accept the responsibility of a government toward the safety and security of the citizens, and I understand and accept that such a responsibility is multifaceted, and it includes some key aspects, such as 1, maintenance of law and order, 2, the provision of security, 3, social welfare services. 1, in terms of the preservation of law and order, that's a fundamental duty. Governments must ensure that modern society remains peaceful and stable. This involves enforcing laws, preventing crime, and addressing civil disturbances. With regards to provision of security, the government is obligated to protect both individual lives and property. This includes safeguarding citizens from external threats, such as foreign invasion, and internal dangers, such as crime or natural disasters. And thirdly, there is a government responsibility when it comes to social welfare services. Governments have a social responsibility to promote the well-being of their citizens. This extends beyond physical security to include aspects like healthcare, education, and social support systems. Madam Presiding Officer, any responsible government will always be focused on and working towards creating a safe and prosperous environment, defending its citizens from violence, and ensuring their overall social and economic well-being. This is what informs everything an administration, as this Tobago Island government does and will continue to do, notwithstanding the unconstitutionality of our Republican Constitution that debars us from doing just so. Madam Presiding Officer, it is today and will not be tomorrow, but I can tell you now that Tobagonians will be governed by our laws and in the future, because we will not allow them to deny us such fundamental right forever. And that's why we will fight hard to ensure that we take a grasp of our lives. For many Tobagonians, they somehow think that all the THA should be good for education, keep a nice heritage festival, keep a good carnival, healthcare, fix the fisher folk. But if we are to have a safe and secure society, then the extent of responsibilities for the THA has to extend beyond the social welfare issues. Because any government anywhere, including local governments, should have a right to treat with the provision of security and the maintenance of law and order. Sure. At this time, we have limited say. As a matter of fact, I could give you an example, such as calling to say we have an oil spill, we need to get some roads blocked because it's becoming dangerous, deciding that a particular road had to be blocked because it is dangerous, and then a high-ranking police officer will then decide to call off the blocking of that road because he thought he had that authority. Well, I just instructed Secretary James to take the relevant material and go and block the road. Sure. Right? Let the police come and lock me up for doing that if they wanted to. But it cannot be that we are running an island and we have security considerations and the THA has zero say or input when it comes to the security apparatus and how they work on the island of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, my administration has taken the express policy position to establish within the Office of the Chief Secretary of Tobago a Department of Public Safety and Security. This department, pursuant to some consultancy, will instead be called the Department of Public Safety and Risk Analysis. This department will manifest as an amalgamation of all the units, agencies, departments that currently discharge a public safety function. And the significant new additions will be the THA police, litter wardens, traffic wardens, and risk analysis. And that will be added to the game wardens, to TEMA, to the officers that work in the forestry department and that take on a security type function at present. Madam Presiding Officer, I am pleased to report that the legality of proposed department has been researched through a consultancy arrangement. The preliminary report has been submitted, and we are expected to receive the final report, which will inform the next steps in the coming weeks. I wish to identify for Tobagonians that the consultancy report was done by the former Assistant Commissioner of Police, Mr. William Nurse. Madam Presiding Officer, I have been having regular meetings with the heads of all the arms of national security on the island. Coming to these discussions, the THA has been doing and will continue to do all within our authority and capability to ensure that the national security apparatus is functionally efficient and effective. To this end, Madam Presiding Officer, over the last 2 years, the Tobago House of Assembly has spent $1,229,100 on accommodation for members of the national security apparatus. I want Tobagonians to appreciate that we have spent $1.2 million to date on accommodation for the national security apparatus, notwithstanding it is a 6th scheduled item, and notwithstanding the fact that an Auditor General has previously pointed out that it is not a matter of responsibility for the THA and that the THA should not so engage. But Madam Presiding Officer, this is the one Auditor General red flag I am prepared to accept, because I will do whatever is necessary to keep the people of Tobago safe. Further, Madam Presiding Officer, to date we have spent $1,410,000 for vehicles for the national security apparatus. 1.4 million. And I note, Madam Presiding Officer, that there was a recent boast of new vehicles purchased for the TTPS. And I can't help but wonder aloud, how much of that will come to Tobago? Or will they take the used and abused vehicles from down the road, put it on the boat, and send it up to Tobago? Madam Presiding Officer, this administration was also critical in the reopening of the only prison facility on the island. That prison was shut down. The prisoners transported to Trinidad without prior notice to their family members. And this THA took it upon itself, through the Department of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, to go into the prisons located in Scarborough and to upgrade the facility to allow for the prisoners to return to Tobago. Not a function of the THA, but executed by this THA. I also wanted to point out that some upgrade works were done prior to Independence Day celebrations last year at the Army camp in Signal Hill. Again, the Division of Infrastructure had to be sent in to fix roof and other issues. I also want to point out that this administration outfitted dorms at the police station in Scarborough to ensure that they have mattresses for the bed frames that they have, so that they can have officers staying there. And I want to point out something that is of importance to this house. I want to point out that for a while, police officers will show up for duty at Scarborough, male police officers especially, and could not use the dorm. They would have to sit around in the station, sit down in the car, lie down in a vehicle, because the dorm facilities were just not up to standard in Tobago. And I must also point out that while that is happening in Tobago, every single year at the end of the budget, we are told and reminded repeatedly of the hundreds of millions to be spent in Tobago by ministries in Trinidad. And if we check the records insofar as Tobago is concerned over the last, 25 to 30 years, over the last 25 to 30 years. So I'm not just focusing on the current government in Port of Spain. Over the last 25 to 30 years, we have only gotten from the Ministry of National Security insofar as upgrades to facility for police officers, 2 new police stations in 30 years, the one at Roxborough and Shervan, and 1 new fire station, the one at Roxborough, in 30 years. In 30 years. And I wish I had the data to compare how many new facilities were built in Trinidad and in districts in Trinidad during that same 30-year period. And then look at Tobago. And I feel it from members of our security apparatus. I feel it so much that when they call and say, oh gosh, we print out no ink, we have no paper, we have no stationery. I am sending written minutes to my administrators to say, take what we have, pack it up in a box, and send it for them to support. Those are basic things. How are they supposed to do their reports if they don't have that sort of access point? Madam Presiding Officer, our national response to gun violence has to be a 3-pronged approach. Our response to violence nationally has to be containment, it has to be recovery, and it has to be prosecution. Those are the 3 areas. With regards to containment, that speaks to primarily to preventing any additional inflows of illegal guns into the country. This calls for a new and dedicated multi-institutional capacity to deal with border security in the current global realities. I will recommend that the Department of Border Security and Control be established within the Ministry of National Security. The core lead agencies for this department will be the Coast Guard, the Air Guard, Customs, Immigration, and the adjacent tiers of port and airport security and international support and collaboration. With regards to Tobago and containment, there is no secret, Madam Presiding Officer, that we can't even get help for a fisherman in danger out in the open seas. We can't even get that, Madam Presiding Officer, because there's never a boat available in Tobago. You always have to wait. And I heard some people in the public space, especially some people whose political relevance died on December 6, 2021. Right? Trying to say, look, Tobago ain't move fast enough with the oil spill crisis. But imagine, Madam Presiding Officer, report of oil spill Wednesday, 7th February at 7:20 a.m. You know when we were able to get the first Coast Guard vessel to Tobago? Between Thursday night and Friday morning in the middle of the night. And we heard the excuses, and I'm not blaming the Coast Guard men and women themselves, but we heard the excuses. The vessel breakdown, we couldn't leave right away. I have had situations, Madam Presiding Officer, in my electoral district where I've had fishermen in danger at sea, engine breakdown, the drifting going away. And we call Coast Guard, and we have a 0 response. And then we have to scramble in the village, taking up the phone, calling, you are gas, you are gas, you are gas, pulling all the gas we could pull, to then use the coordinates we have and send fishermen out to rescue fishermen. We had a situation recently, again, where the matter of Bajan fishermen in Tobago waters popped up because the All Tobago Fisherfolk Association spoke about it publicly. It drew the attention of the Barbadian government, and some bilateral conversations have started. But when we had our internal conversations, you know what was part of the problem? Coast Guard could not even share with us data, the number of reports they have received, because no one was collecting that data every time the fisher folk or others called to report the matter. How, in such circumstances, Madam Presiding Officer, can we get containment? Can we prevent the inflows of illegal guns and drugs, which are the root of the problem? How? We don't manufacture cocaine in Tobago. We don't manufacture guns in Tobago. But they're coming in. And while we're talking about containment, Madam Presiding Officer, we have to talk about the Port Authority. I sat in a meeting with security heads in Tobago and spoke about, listen, maybe the teacher just invest in vehicle scanners to be told, hold your hand. We aren't so sure you have the authority to buy them vehicle scanners. And if you buy them, you don't necessarily have the authority over the Port Authority, because the lands at the port are vested in the Port Authority and not the THA. We have had inter-island travel by boat in this country for way more years than I have had on this earth. In fact, probably before everybody in this house was born. From steamer ships to fast ferries and catamarans now. And after all these years, we do not have secure transfer between the both islands. After all these years, you could just jump in a car, a vehicle, and just drive across the both territories with limited security. So how is Tobago supposed to get containment in that regard? How much money do we need to spend in social protection, in grants out of BDU, in youth programs and sports, to combat the fact that we have open borders? How much could we spend to combat that? And so containment is the first thing that we must pay attention to. The second thing is recovery. And recovery speaks to law enforcement locating and collecting the illegal firearms and ammunition from the communities. This necessitates an all of Trinidad and Tobago approach, with the police service performing the role of lead institution with technical and operational support from the other national intelligence outfits. I propose that a new Department of Internal Security and Public Safety be established within the Ministry of National Security, with its focal mandate on internal security and public safety. Tobago could pride itself in the fact that we have a very high solve rate or solution rate when it comes to apprehending persons who committed murders. When compared to other districts in the country, we tend to find our murderers faster and more efficiently than other parts of the country. That's a fact. And that might be owing to the fact that our community is small. Everybody knows everybody. And chances are somebody knows the person who committed the act. And then thirdly, there is prosecution, which speaks to the charging and taking those found in possession of firearms and ammunition coming out of the activities and actions in the containment and recovery phases. In this phase, justice must be predictable, it must be timely, and it must be definite in terms of punishment. And we know we have a problem there. We know it takes a mightily long time for these matters to go through the court system. We are very much aware that we have hundreds of people in remand yard for donkey years and cases incomplete. And so the prosecution of these matters are lapsing nationally, and that has to get some attention from us. For us in Tobago, there are some concerns I want to raise before I ask my colleagues to join the debate. And when my colleagues join, they will speak to what their individual divisions and departments will do, what their contributions are in this fight against the high levels of criminality on the island. One, I want Tobagonians to consider for a moment that on island, capacity to treat with certain levels of insecurity, that capacity is quite low. And it became evident with the oil spill. Yes, this is an oil and gas producing country, but a major oil spill in Tobago and almost every specialized equipment, including booms, had to be shipped from Trinidad to Tobago. Had to be shipped during a hectic carnival period with cruise ships at the port and days that the cargo star weren't sailing. And that's the only vessel that could accommodate the size of some of these equipment. Thankfully, Madam Presiding Officer, and I want to draw the comparison, the port in Scarborough was only saved because Woodside had some storage of booms across at Almando's. Those booms were owned by Kaizen, and Woodside asked Kaizen to keep those booms there in Tobago. If those booms weren't already on island, then we would have had to shut down the operations of the port. That meant the fast ferry, the cargo boat, the cruise ships, none of them would have been able to set sail.
Chief Secretary, you have 2 minutes.
None of them would have been able to set sail. We could only imagine, Madam Presiding Officer, what the impact of that on the Tobago economy would have been. But that example tells us that there is a need to have apparatus on the island to treat with higher levels of insecurity. I also must raise another fact. What if Tobago becomes victim of global terrorism, an act of terrorism? How do we respond? Is our capacity here to respond as we ought to? And all of that, Madam Presiding Officer, bolsters the argument that Tobago needs to have some responsibility for the execution of security on the island. And that's why I agree with everything and most things PNM were doing when they were in office. But, you know, they used to tell us that when you have PNM in Trinidad and PNM in Tobago, everything does work smooth. But somehow that could not result in a bill for an assembly's localized police service being accepted and transmitted to the Parliament between former Chief Secretary, Mr. London, and former Prime Minister, Mr. Manning. PNM, and it still wasn't done. And we are seeing now more than ever the need for that kind of localized force. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, the motion I brought to this House considers all of those things I spoke about, but most importantly, the motion seeks for us to establish a standing committee which will allow this House to continually monitor and evaluate all of the efforts across all divisions and departments of the THA and all agencies operating in Tobago, all of their efforts with regards to treating with fostering an environment conducive to safety and security in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move.
Honorable members, the question proposed is, whereas the increase in criminal activity, the recent oil spill and other burgeoning social ills have forced Tobagonians to critically analyze our overall safety, and whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, while not vested with direct authority over national security, possesses the capacity to advocate for and engage in collaborative endeavors with pertinent entities to effectively enable an atmosphere of security within Tobago's jurisdiction. And whereas the formulation and execution for focused intervention strategies in Tobago necessitate a proactive and multifaceted approach underpinned by the active involvement of all stakeholders, be it resolved that the Tobago House of Assembly adopts a comprehensive, integrated approach encompassing all facets of THA operations to bolster intervention strategies aimed at reassuring public safety on the island. And be it resolved that this Assembly establishes a standing committee devoted to the continual monitoring and evaluation of implementation of these intervention strategies, thereby ensuring their efficacy in diminishing crime rates and fostering an environment conducive to the safety and security of Tobago residents. Minority Leader, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I must admit that I'm really quite surprised that this motion gained the approval of the Chair, knowing your very discerning, very detailed approach to the motions. Madam Presiding Officer, I must say with the greatest of respect that this motion appears very convoluted. We have all kinds of things thrown into the mix. It appears misdirected. We are here to treat with interventions to crime, yet all I heard was why Tobago should be autonomous. This motion also is outstandingly vague because there's no clear pathway in this motion that tells us what are the strategies towards us achieving the desired outcomes. And Madam Presiding Officer, I must admit that this issue of the rising criminal activity confronting the people of Tobago at this time is indeed alarming, it is concerning, and it is a matter that requires serious and urgent attention. Madam Presiding Officer, it truly pleases my heart that my independent colleagues on that side have not only come to appreciate the value of collaboration, but has also recognized that the Tobago House of Assembly has a significant role to play in the safety and security of the residents of this island, notwithstanding that national security is an item under the 6th schedule of the THA Act assigned to the central government of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, it is for this reason that the minority will support this motion in principle, because this is a motion and this issue of crime affects all of Tobago. However, now that I've heard the presentation of the Chief Secretary, I had concerns before, but I have even more concerns now, having heard his presentation, and I would outline the concerns. Madam Presiding Officer, in the first instance, the Chief Secretary has failed in his presentation to clearly identify the focused intervention strategies, because if you read the motions and the motion, there are certain things that would stand out as the subject matter. And one reading this motion, what is outstanding in the recital is that we are trying to create focused strategies, focused interventions to mitigate against this rising criminal activity. Yet, in this presentation, I listened for over 40 minutes. There were no clear, and I doubt any one of us could honestly point to a clear intervention strategy by the Chief Secretary that would be implemented by this Tobago House of Assembly that would allow us to treat with this very serious matter. So my question, therefore, to the Chief Secretary is simply, what are the intervention strategies? You have told us all about autonomy and what the national security, what you should do. You have highlighted some challenges. But what exactly are these intervention strategies that would allow all of us to work hand in hand to ensure that we can treat with this matter of the increased criminal activity on island? We want to know which division, which unit, which officer will be responsible for the implementation of the respective strategies. So while we outline the strategies, we must also right away know who are the people who are required to participate and be a part of the solution, be a part of the implementation. And when is the timeline for its implementation? Because what is not measured cannot be managed. And therefore, I truly thought that the Chief Secretary was coming to us with some kind of plan, some kind of strategy, so that we all can review, we all can analyze, and we all can contribute as well to make it better, because, as I said, public safety is the business of every citizen of Tobago. And I've always said it. It is not one to be politicized and play the blame game. Yes, the government of Tobago, as they like to refer to themselves, you have a responsibility, and we will continue to hold you to that responsibility. But when it comes to securing the people of Tobago, we are willing to work with you to ensure that we treat with this matter. Madam Presiding Officer, my concern number 2 is that the Chief Secretary failed in his presentation to outline how the THA plans to engage in collaborative endeavors with pertinent entities who are those entities which he plans to collaborate. So we want to know, you speak about the various entities. Who are those entities, and what is the mechanism through which you would achieve this collaboration? Because in one breath, you speak of collaboration, but in the next breath, I'm hearing you speaking of criticizing and chastising and blaming. And in an environment like that, I do not know how successful you would be in having collaboration, because the example you made with respect to the blocking of roads. And I would think you, as a responsible Chief Secretary, will have the kind of discussion with the relevant authority, which in this case might be the police or the transport minister or transport division, so the Commissioner of Transport or whoever is the relevant authority. And even before you implement blocking the roads, that will be a conversation and agreement, because at the end of the day, it is for the public safety of Tobagonians, and I do not see any reasonable person denying the Chief Secretary the opportunity to protect the people of Tobago. But it is the manner in which you do things that people may have an issue with. Because it is the same thing with what we are seeing here with the road at Friendship. You bypass the EMA, understanding the law. The law requires you, once you are going roads over a certain mileage, that you must apply. That is the law. And even if it was done in the past, and it probably was not treated with, but that doesn't give you the right to believe that you can continue to do it. And therefore, it is the manner in which we approach things that perhaps might not bring us the kind of results that we are seeking. Madam Presiding Officer, the motion speaks about analyzing our overall safety. However, I did not hear or see the Chief Secretary present empirical data from which an informed analysis can be made. And if we are talking about crime, crime does not happen in a vacuum. Crime, as I've said, as someone who is a student of sociology, crime is a social problem that requires social interventions. And therefore, if we are not able to first accept the numbers, if we are not able to gather the information and then analyze the information, then we cannot properly diagnose and then prescribe. So I thought we would have had a little more detailed analysis of what Tobago's current situation is. Because I'm hearing what is happening in the Caribbean, what is happening in Trinidad. But I heard absolutely nothing as to what are the underlying issues that are allowing our young people to be attracted to a life of crime. Because crime and criminal activity can only happen when there is opportunity. And it is our responsibility as the Tobago House of Assembly to utilize the various resources that we have within the various divisions to limit the opportunity of our young people getting involved in criminal activity. Because whether the guns are coming, if we have our young people so engaged, then they'll have no one to pick up the guns. Whether the drugs are coming, if we have our young people so engaged, then there'll be no reason for them to sell the narcotics. So therefore, it is our responsibility through the Division of Sport, Division of Community Development. I could tell you firsthand, as a living example, in the community of Wim, when I returned and there seemed to be an emergence of violence, gun violence as a matter of fact, in the village. And one of the strategies, we utilized two strategies. I remember the former area representative at the time. One was the issue, because one of the burgeoning issues at that time in Wim was employment. A lot of the young men were home and idle and had nothing to do, and therefore the selling drugs became very lucrative to them. And so they were attracted to that. And of course, with drugs come, you have to protect your block and all kind of different things. And therefore, one of the things the area rep did at that time was to focus employment and target it to those young men. And the other thing was utilizing sport. We created something called SAVED, and it was Sport Against Violence and Drug Abuse. And what that did at the junction of Back Hill is that we had night football and night sports happening, and that brought out the community. The young men were engaged. We had persons coming out and sell their soccer bags and pies, so it engaged an entire community. And I can tell you, if you check the statistics in terms of violence from about 2008 to 2012, and do the analysis from 2012 to about 2016, you would recognize that there was indeed a decrease in that. Fast forward to now, I am the representative without opportunity to employ or make recommendations for employment. And what is happening in the community of Wim? We are seeing a emergence of that opportunity, that propensity to want to engage in activities to make money. And some of it is illicit. And if you talk to the current ACP, he would tell you that that community of Wim is one of those challenged communities. Is the Tobago House of Assembly doing the kind of analysis to understand where those challenges are, like the Golden Lanes and the Bethel, and then decide that when we are channeling resources, we channel the resources in such a way that it puts some emphasis in those places where the propensity and the opportunity for crime exists? Are we doing that? Or we just simply, when the member for the Secretary for Health have opportunity, we just employ everybody from my area and don't care what happens to the rest of Tobago? Or what about education? We are seeing an increase currently in school violence in Tobago. That is a fact. Is the Minister of Education in Trinidad responsible for that? That is a social problem starting from in the homes, treating with family. What are we doing in terms of behavioral issues? What are we doing in terms of persons experiencing trauma? What are we doing in terms of providing the support? And we cannot, and I want to warn Tobagonians, we cannot continue to simply play the game of victimhood, because our posture of victimhood says that you give way to the external locus of control. You believe everything, there's the people outside that are responsible for your destiny. The people outside, they are the ones doing me this and punishing me this, and that every time something happens, you believe it's somebody or something outside. When the truth might just be, there are some things right within that we perhaps are not doing as well as we should be doing, or we can do better. And therefore, I would encourage this current administration. Yes, national security is an issue, but at the same time, there are things right within this current setup of the Tobago House of Assembly that requires to be fixed, and if fixed, can help to address some of the challenges of criminal activity. So, Madam Presiding Officer, my fourth concern is that this House is being asked to consider the establishment of a standing committee, of which up to now, this Chief Secretary, imagine the main subject, one of the main resolutions is the establishment of a standing committee. Yet we have heard absolutely not one word about the terms of reference of this standing committee. What are they really supposed to do? Yes, monitoring and evaluate, but monitor and evaluate what? If we do not already have the interventions properly identified and fleshed out, if we do not have the analysis, if we do not have the engagement of the stakeholders, of the communities, what then are they monitoring and evaluating? And therefore, I would like to posit that rather than they monitor and evaluate, this committee must first work with the communities and all of Tobago, all of THA approach, all the divisions. This committee must first work. The first point of reference must first be to develop the strategies, because clearly at this point in time, the strategies are not clearly developed and clearly defined. And my recommendation would be that rather than create this committee to monitor and evaluate things that have not yet been properly fleshed out and developed, perhaps we create this committee that can now go out and engage in the hard work. That is because there's no shortcut to this. This would take work. You have to do the analysis. You have to do problem identification. And when you do the problem identification, you have to also map that to who are the stakeholders. And when you understand who are the stakeholders, you have to understand what resources you require. It is work. You have to do the SWOT analysis. And I don't think we have properly done the SWOT analysis. I could have come here and posit all kinds of theories. But sometimes life is about the practical. Life is a living thing. And we are living through this moment at this time in Tobago, where the Tobago we know today is not the Tobago we have grown accustomed to. And therefore, it is a problem that we here need to fix. We can't wait on nobody. We can't throw our hands up in the air. We'll never have enough Coast Guard. We'll never have enough police. But if we treat with the root issues at the individual level, then we'll be able to overcome the challenges at the institutional level. And it means that we need to fix the next generation of Tobagonians coming. And it starts with proper education. What are we doing with the curriculum? Just imagine, we have an important discussion on school violence. And where is the Secretary of Education? Important matter. We have a challenge, poverty. And I don't agree with Karen Ashe that what his song says, that poverty is, of course, is not an excuse, but it is proven there's a correlation. It may not be a causation, so it doesn't mean that poverty causes crime, but there's a correlation between poverty and the propensity to get involved in criminal activity. Because when a man's bread is not buttered, and some gang leader can provide that opportunity to butter the bread, and you look to the state, and the state is not able to provide opportunity for you, what then does that person do? And when you as an assembly take the decision to terminate units and send home people, when you as an assembly take your contractors, your Tobago-based contractors who are employing hundreds of Tobagonians, and instead of giving them those opportunities, you spirit away over $300 million out of the Tobago economy. That too contributes to criminal activity. So therefore, it's not fair to just simply come here, because when I listened, and I listened carefully, what I heard from the Chief Secretary in the main is that the central government is basically responsible for national security. In his words, they are failing, and so we are hopeless. And that cannot be it. That cannot be the response to a people who elected a government to treat with their issues. What about the responsibility of, you have other divisions such as health, wellness, and social services, and protection. Well, we know it is about the same, covers the same kind of intention. And as you use the word protection, gives it even more grit and more purpose. And therefore, how are you protecting the social welfare of the people of Tobago? How is that being achieved? Because when you listen to the cries on the ground, when you listen to the normal man, the man on the ground, he's saying, I am going to the division, and it is very difficult to get food. I get calls almost every day. People come even to the office of the minority just to get something to eat. That is the reality. What are the systems in place to identify these vulnerable people, these vulnerable families? How do we, how do we get to these people? Because it is in the homes of these people where you recognize there might be the opportunity. Because it starts in the homes, then it goes to the school, it comes out in the community, and then before you know it, we have challenges with young people getting involved in crime. So, Madam Presiding Officer, and I think I really touched on most of the concerns that I have with this motion. in the form it was presented. So in principle, yes, we should treat with this issue as a matter of public importance. I know at the national level, it has been declared a health, just in the same breath as how COVID was a national health crisis, crime has been declared a national crisis, and it is in the same breath we in Tobago should also treat crime as an island-wide crisis that requires an island-wide response. I place on the record for this House the support of the minority, and for whatever expertise that resides, I hope that this standing committee will be a committee that involves a wide cross-section of Tobagonians, from professionals in legal, business, people who are involved, CBOs, faith-based organizations, NGOs, you name it. Normal civil servant, public servant, because this issue is an issue
Assemblyman Morris, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, I'm wrapping up. But this issue is indeed very important, and I don't think the Chief Secretary gave the importance or gave justice in his presentation to the importance of this issue. And Madam Presiding Officer, it is in this context that I would like to propose an amendment to the motion, whereby I beg to move that the motion be amended by proposing the words "at continual monitoring and evaluation," that be left out of the question, and to insert the words "development and" be added at the 5th recital of the motion. So the motion proposed will now read at the very end that in terms of the final resolution, it will now read that this Assembly establishes a standing committee devoted to the development and implementation of these intervention strategies, thereby ensuring their efficacy in diminishing crime rates and fostering an environment conducive to the safety and security of Tobago's residents. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you.
This amendment needs a seconder.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I beg to second the proposed amendment.
The amendment to the motion has been seconded by the minority councillor. Honourable members, the question is that the motion be amended by leaving out the words "continual monitoring" and to insert the words "development be added at the 5th recital in the motion. Members taking part in the debate hereafter may speak on the original motion and the proposed amendment. Secretary Kerr, Assistant Secretary Kerr, you may now join the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. And let me just say it is always a pleasure to be given the opportunity to contribute to any matter that comes to this House, because, of course, it impacts the people of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, please permit me to pause and to divert from the matter at hand to congratulate the Roxburgh Secondary School and the other secondary schools who performed extremely well at the just concluded secondary track and field national championship. I think that it is, as the Assistant Secretary of Education and as a proud former teacher of the Roxburgh Secondary School, I would not have been forgiven if I did not do the honors. And I want to also mention Scarborough Secondary, Signal Hill, and Bishop's High School as well, because they also did us very, very proud. So that congratulations go out to these Tobago schools. Madam Presiding Officer, before I begin to do my part of the presentation, I just wanted to deal with a few things that were mentioned by the minority leader. And I think that I want to give the minority a little commendation today, because they can get, as a teacher, they'll get 5 out of 10. Because previous to today, we have come to this house with very important motions, and they were not supported by the minority at all. And today, the minority recognized the importance of the motion and decided that he was going to support, quote unquote, in principle. So I'm going to give him 5 out of 10, and the minority 5 out of 10 for supporting the motion today. Right? And I will give them an additional mark for making brief suggestions at the end, because in my view, if you're not a part of the solution, you're a part of the problem. And you can sit there and you can talk about all the things that the Chief Secretary did not mention, which he did mention, but you did not propose any suggestion at all as to how to go forward. Because if you're going to support the motion, I would think that you are going to add to the motion rather than focus on what was not presented. So that the minority side, you get a little thing today, right? So we're moving, and let's hope that it continues to go in that direction. But the Chief Secretary did mention that the divisions would be the ones who will show how they are going to deal with the issue of crime and violence. And therefore, I think it was rather presumptuous to see that there were no measures or there were no suggestions as to how we are going to go about treating with the crime, the business of crime and violence and so on. And that to suggest that the autonomy issue really is out of place, I think it is very much in focus. Because if we, as a people on the island, cannot make decisions that regard our safety, and we have to wait on persons on the other side to make those decisions, then it is very difficult for us to progress in the manner that we are supposed to progress. I looked at the news, I think it was last night, and the chamber has been asking for a meeting with the Commissioner of Police since last year. And still to date, no response from the Commissioner of Police, no meeting. So while we in Tobago, and we are not throwing our hands up in the air, we are going to do as much as we can under the circumstances with whatever limited resources that we have. We are also saying that there are some other issues that must be treated with in order for us to arrest the crime situation on the island. Right? So the issue of containment, as the Chief Secretary mentioned, and all of that is important. We are saying that, we are not saying that that is the only issue, but we are saying that that is important. So we want to look at a multifaceted approach to treating with crime and criminality on the island. And I guess when the minority was passing, he looked at my script and he saw me mentioning the issue of the Calypso. Poverty is no excuse for crime, because in my view, that is my Calypso monarch. No offense to the person who supported Marshal Montano, but that is my Calypso monarch, right? Because I had a very long debate with many of my colleagues on this matter. Is it that poverty is an excuse for crime? And the jury is still out on that matter. But I can say this. In my view, poverty is no excuse for crime, but it may be a reason for crime. Because I can point to persons like myself who grew up from very humble beginnings, Chief Sec, many of us in here grew up in poverty, for wanting of a better word, maybe it might not be abject poverty, but we didn't have. And many of us did not turn to crime. And therefore, I don't know that poverty is an excuse, but as I said, it may be a reason. And I could stay maybe on the line with that, right? So that a person's lack of education often increases the likelihood that he or she will become in crime. And the opposite can be said. If you are educated, then it might be less likely. But then, again, the jury is out on that, because we have very prominent persons who are involved in crime, and very intelligent persons too, right? So that many of these things really are out. The jury is still out on many of them, right? But in order to combat crime and to eradicate poverty, we must educate our population. I think that education has to be one of the greater driving forces in Trinidad and Tobago to treat with this issue of crime that we are facing. If we don't do that, we're going to be in trouble. Because the reality is this: giving additional resources to the protective services will be treating with the situation after the fact. After persons have perpetrated crime, then we are looking at arrest and conviction and maybe even jail time. But I think what we need to try to do as a country is to prevent crime in the first place. Try to have less persons being looking at committing crimes and so on. So in terms of that, we need to educate our population. But when we talk about education, quite often, most of us think about academic education. We think about going to school and getting our subjects and all of that. But education in a wider sense is about moving persons forward so that they will be able to have a sustainable life and further themselves. Madam Presiding Officer, if persons are given the opportunity to be able to sustain themselves, whether it's academically or otherwise, we are of the view that there would be a drastic reduction in crime. And therefore, it is time that we begin the conversation in a serious way about our version of universal secondary education in Trinidad and Tobago. Because I am of the view that our version of universal secondary education in Trinidad and Tobago creates opportunities for our younger students to be involved in crime, to be recruited by gang members. And let me explain why. Our version of universal secondary education is only academic education. If you are at primary school and you cannot master the basic competencies in mathematics and language, once you attain the age of 13, you are placed at a secondary school. You are placed at a secondary school and you are expected to carry out the curriculum of a secondary school student, even though you have not mastered primary school. And something has to be drastically wrong with that. It does not cater to the needs of individual learning styles. It does not cater to the needs of multiple intelligences. Students are simply placed at secondary school based on the fact that they would have attained the age of 13 and they do the exam, and even if they get 0, 0, 0, they are placed at secondary school with no specific intervention strategy to treat with those students who are at secondary school. So what happens when a student goes into secondary school and they cannot cope with the curriculum at secondary school? It means that very likely they will turn to a life of crime, because the gang members and the gang leaders will show them success. Will show them that they can take a gun and put it to your head, and that is a successful activity that they can do, because they are having challenges in terms of dealing with the academics. And this is one of the other issues that we can put on the table in terms of autonomy, because this is a national policy. And this policy, I remember when Mr. Pandey came up with the universal secondary education, I think it would have been 2006 or 5 or someplace there. I was at primary school at the time. And I remember that I was appalled because we had not put anything in place to put all our students in secondary school. There was nothing in place. We had to simply do it overnight. And the reality is that Trinidad and Tobago has not recovered from that. We have not recovered from that, because if you look at the failure rate at secondary school, it tells us that we do not need any more academic secondary schools. The reality is that this administration has already outlined that we are going to make Tobago and the education system in Tobago a dual track system. What does that mean? That we are catering for the children who are not academically inclined, but who want to do things with their hands and so on. And that is the difference in terms of a child who is going to be in Tobago under this administration. Because that child now is going to be given an opportunity to excel in other areas. Madam Presiding Officer, we, at the level of the Division of Education, have embarked on many policies, but there are two that I would want to bring to the House, and the minority might be enlightened. One of them is a proposed TVET policy, because when we came into office, we recognized that the TVET program in Tobago was limping along. As a matter of fact, there are students who are at the Roxborough Trade Center who would have been at the Roxborough Trade Center for an extended period and were not even able to do an exam. They were just simply going to the Trade Center with no end game, no ending in sight, and nothing to work towards. So that we have embarked on fixing those issues, and we intend to try to expand on the TVET program in Tobago. So I have the TVET policy, and I'm going to just simply read parts of it because it's a very extensive document, and I wouldn't want to go through the entire document. But I want to also make the point that the notion that TVET is for students who can't do anything else also is one that must be dispelled. Because there are students who are excelling and who would want to do TVET. And as a matter of fact, as well, there is a lot more technology involved in TVET. But what we are proposing is that if a student wishes to go academic, there is that track. But if a student also wants to do technical vocational area, there is also that available for the student to be able to excel in. And I would want to even propose that in the future, we look at the arts and the creatives as well. Because there are students who would want to go in that direction and must also be given the opportunity to go in that direction. What is TVET? Technical vocational education and training comprises of education, training, skills development related to a wide range of occupational fields, production services, and livelihood. So it speaks to being able to transform the lives of persons so that they would be able to survive and, as we say, earn a living. But when we started to look at the policy, we were able to identify quite a few challenges in Tobago. And I just wanted to highlight some of the the more serious ones, as we would see. There was a lack of overarching TVET policy and a comprehensive strategy that would allow for the standardized dual pathway of academics and TVET through the school system at every level of the education on the island. So there was a lack of that. I also want to point out that there was the school's infrastructural limitation for all TVET courses to be conducted or implemented at each school, even though there were trained and qualified teachers available. For example, lack of labs and lack of workshop spaces. One of the things that we found as well was there were tradesmen who are skilled and successful in business but not officially qualified or certified in the Tobago space. They were either self-taught or trained by a seasoned tradesman and are not qualified to engage in further professional endeavors like teaching at a TVET institution or working for the government. And that is something that we found very common in Tobago. There are many persons who have been doing the trade for years, but they have no certification. But they are masters and they have trained a lot of persons, but they had no certificates and so on. Right? And what is the relevance of this to Tobago? Although most of the studies that we conducted were in Europe, the social and economic benefits of TVET listed, and I didn't read all the listing, globally applies. With a recent upsurge in crime, murders, unemployment, and an overwhelming health system, the island of Tobago has tremendous work to undertake before becoming the greatest little island on the planet, as envisioned by the Chief Secretary. It is evident that Tobago critically needs to develop appropriate policies and strategies that will inform skilling, upskilling, and reskilling at a local contextual level. As such, the formation of a TMET committee populated by key stakeholders in the Tobago space is essential for addressing these current challenges and informing the way forward. The objectives of such a committee are outlined and so on. But I want to report to this House that we have already begun that discussion. As recent as 2 weeks ago, we met with MIC, and we were able to start charting the way forward to develop TVET on the island. The other proposal that I want to bring to your attention is the community impact proposal. And this is a proposal that is a collaboration between the Division of Education and the Division of Community Development. And this speaks to a situation that all of us are familiar with in Tobago. There are many instances where persons may have done their CSEC exams and they were not successful. What we are proposing is that we assist persons in each community in Tobago in the areas of mathematics and language in particular, and there are other areas, so that they can attain their CSEC passes in Tobago. This, again, is another strategy in terms of retooling and educating persons. But this one is basically more on the academic side of the spectrum, right? And it speaks to us giving Tobagonians the opportunity, those who may have done their CSEC and were not successful, giving them the opportunity to do it again, but at no cost to them. So that these community centers throughout all the electoral districts, throughout all the communities in Tobago, will be having tutors free of charge to persons in Tobago so that they can do mathematics and language. But it speaks to even more than that, because there's also the proposal of adult literacy and computer literacy, adult numeracy, because we know that there are many adults among us who have challenges with literacy and numeracy, and this program also is about retooling them and assisting them at no cost to them. So it goes to show, and these are just two of the proposals that we have in terms of treating with giving persons those tools necessary so that they can rebrand themselves and they can earn a living, as we say in Tobago. Additionally, we have seen the scourge of school violence, and I think the minority leader mentioned that there's an upsurge in violence in the schools in Tobago, and we are indeed very cognizant and we are taking note and we are very concerned about it. And again, I know that we recently had that meeting at Signal Hill, and there was the collaboration with Health, Wellness and Social Protection was there, and the stakeholders. I want to commend the principal and the staff and the parents who were there, because the rationale of the meeting really was to look at ways in which we can start treating with school violence. And that is what I said earlier, that if you're not a part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And the parents came out and they were willing to give suggestions as to how we can go about dealing with some of the issues at Signal Hill. But the reality is that what happens at Signal Hill happens at many other schools. And that whatever strategies that work after we implement, we can implement them at other schools. But we at the division also came up with some intervention strategies that we would want to implement at our schools. And we said that we're going to implement evidence-based prevention programs within the schools to educate students about the consequences of crime, develop conflict resolution skills, and promote positive behaviors. One of the misconceptions that many persons have about crime at secondary school or at school is that the discipline is left up to the school. But I think that we need to let our students know that depending on what you do, the laws of Trinidad and Tobago will apply to you. So notwithstanding that the school will do whatever they need to do based on the disciplinary matrix.
And I remember, it's now 4:30.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I beg to move that this House remain seated until all business on the order paper has been dealt with.
Honorable members, the question put is that we remain seated until the business on the order paper is dealt with. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you may continue. Please bear in mind you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I didn't realize that I was been so long. I guess I was behaving like Trevor today. Well, we have quite a few intervention strategies that we have outlined to roll out in our schools that I will not bother to go through because there are quite a few. But I would want to surmise by simply also saying that the minority mentioned that the secretary is not here. And I want to let the minority know that they are quite capable replacements when the secretary is not here. And we have been collaborating because the secretary and I work very well together. So even if the secretary is not here, the Division of Education is a team and it is not an individual. And therefore, whatever messages that the Division of Education has to put out there, I or some other person will be able to put it out there. I just want to say in conclusion that this administration is committed to the development of the human resource on our island. But the reality is that we can make all the policies, we can put all the resources in place, and if persons are not taking up the opportunities, then it will be an exercise in futility. What, in my estimation, has happened is that Tobagonians, over the last 21 years, have been conditioned to think that they are second-class citizens. Because when the notion of autonomy is asked to some persons, they say, or they feel that we do not have the capacity to manage our own affairs, and that comes from conditioning. But I understand that, as was mentioned earlier, when you have an administration that has to look to Trinidad at the parent administration for every single move that they have to make, then I understand why persons in their mind might think that, you know, we cannot manage our own affairs here. The mindset that if you are not academic, then you are only good enough for an early morning walk must be discarded. All my Tobagonian brothers and sisters can reach their full potential and achieve anything they desire. This administration will give you that opportunity. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
I want to indicate that two members mentioned via intercom. Mr. Tate, I saw your indication first. You may proceed. Mr. Duke, Assemblyman Duke, you may go after.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Yes. Madam Presiding Officer, please allow me to acknowledge my Honorable Chief Secretary, Farley Chavez Augustine, for his continuous fight for making Tobago a safer place. Also, my Deputy Chief Secretary, Dr. Faith B. Israel, for her continued support. All assemblymen and councillors, and I must acknowledge my electoral district of Signal Hill Patience Hill. I must thank you for your continued support, as I'm committed to serve you all to the best of my ability. Madam Presiding Officer, let me start by expressing an experience that I had. On the very first day of January 2024, I received a phone call stating that two young men, whom I know very well, were just shot and lying on the ground in a truck in Patience Hill, the village that I reside. The caller also stated that one was lying motionless and the other was conscious, but bore marks of what seemed to be like gunshot wounds. During our conversation, the caller also said that someone had called the ambulance and the police were also contacted. Madam Presiding Officer, tears flowed from my eyes as I hurried to arrive on the scene, as I knew the individuals very well. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration acknowledges that in nature and extent, crime and violence has become the epidemic and affirming threat to our society. Violence generally in social interactions and violence in crime particularly has grown in Tobago. Over and above the existing capacity of our respective state of infrastructure, Aside from the increase of the volume of violence and crime of which our law enforcement, justice system, education and social intervention programs are not fully equipped.
Madam Presiding Officer, point of order, standing orders 42-6. Remember, standing orders 42-7. Except with the leave of the presiding officer, a member shall not read his speech, but he may read extracts from written or printed papers or books in support of his arguments and may refresh his memory by reference to notes. I observe my colleague reading an entire speech, and he did not ask you permission. So I would like this House to follow the standing orders, please.
Assemblyman Tate, be so guided.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, crime in Tobago. Huh? Yeah, I could talk, man. Don't afraid for me. I'm trained. Yes. Crime in Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer, is presently all of us concerned. It is getting over and beyond our control, where we are now seeking for assistance to help us all to solve the crimes that we are having right now in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, the heartfelt concerns from the residents in Tobago cannot go unheard. They are calling for comprehensive measures to stem the rising cause of crime.
Honorable members.
Good afternoon, members. You may be seated.
Okay.
Member, continue.
Thank you. As I continue, Deputy Presiding Officer, education and our outreach programs are also necessary.
I rise on point of order. Prior to you coming here and raise the matter with your sister, presiding officer, that under section 45, subsection 7, you ought not to be reading your speech except with the express permission of the presiding officer. He was so guided by the presiding officer and he continued to read his speech. This is a house of debate.
Member, you may continue.
Before I continue, Deputy Presiding Officer, may I seek permission to read from my script that I have presented, that I have typed to present here today, sir?
Permission granted.
Thank you very much. Well, I just did. But I told you before, I am capable enough to handle myself. Okay, thank you. Yeah? Meaning for no banter with you, big brother.
Members, please be guided by the standing order. Each member has the opportunity to present. I would not be going through that this afternoon. Allow the member to present. You have your time to speak after. Continue, member.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer, the approach is instrumental in breaking the cycle of criminal behavior, the indisciplined patterns, empowering individuals for meaningful contribution to our society in our pursuit of a safer Tobago. Collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and all other law enforcement agencies is also paramount. We must allocate sufficient resources for the implementation of these measures. Adequate funding for law enforcement, social programs, and community engagement initiatives are imperative to ensure their success and having a lasting impact. Let us view the challenge as an opportunity for collective growth and resilience. Our patriotic and commitment to build a safer, and more secure Tobago requires not only collaboration with the Assembly, but also a united front with our counterparts. Together, let us address the root as a testament of our dedication to the safety and well-being of our resilient people. It is our duty as representatives of the people to act decisively and create an environment where every Tobagonian and visitors can thrive safely and securely. To address the various nature of crime, we must intensify our law enforcement efforts. Deputy Presiding Officer, this involves not only increased patrols, but also a strategic deployment of resources, such as CCTV cameras, to steadily monitor the hotspots, which demand our attention in the event of crime committed in that area, as it will assist the police in their investigations, where the perpetrator could be identified and brought before justice. The Tobago House of Assembly, in collaboration with Trinidad and Tobago law enforcement agencies, is essential in fostering a synchronized response and seamless exchange of intelligence of effectively combat inter-island crime and activity. In technology, our ability to stay ahead of criminal elements relies heavily on innovation, investigation, advanced technology to enhance our surveillance capability and improve communication between law enforcement agencies. Additionally, the establishment of community policing initiatives can bridge the gap between law enforcement and the communities, as recruitments can be done within our Police Youth Foundation with the continuation of police youth clubs, sporting and cultural clubs, and the churches in our communities. On Ash Wednesday, the 14th of February, I collaborated with the Patience Hill Primary Government School, where we walked from Patience Hill to Signal Hill, onto Tank Road, then back to Patience Hill Primary School grounds. During the walk, we were able to meet with some of the residents in our district. We had conversations with them about crime and how harmful it could be, not only for them, but for others. I also engaged in churches in my community where we have planned to have, I have to laugh at this, to have crusade programs starting from this Sunday by Patience Hill, by Peter Bob Supermarket, and it will continue until the end of this very month. I didn't read it. I just wanted to know. Right? Don't worry, I'm still in the learning process, sorry. Deputy Presiding Officer, let us look at the horrendous media report which are affecting Tobago and Trinidad also, and are malignant in its spread across the Caribbean, which also destroys our tourist industry. They appear to be telling us that across the region, territories are under siege. From the acts of crime and violence from elements of our own society, who are today creating a larger atmosphere of fear, despondency, trauma, surrender, and hopelessness amongst us all. This is a battle in which we must all engage. This is a war we cannot afford to lose. When such a situation arises at our doors, it indicates that the problem of criminality and violence was not dealt with sufficiently in a much earlier time frame. In the homes, in the schools, in the prisons, in the courts, and even in our parliaments now. It also hints of the possible problems of finding solutions. The record shows that for all of the new era, we all have continued to be haunted by violence, from the domestic quarters at homes, our schools, where we recently saw the stabbing incident via social media and Sinaloa Comprehensive School, Secondary School, sorry. We have been witnessing citizens being gunned down on our nation's streets. Violence is threatening this island of Tobago. More recently, there have been worrying increase in crime in the island in Tobago, where the highest murder rate was recorded in double figures in the year 2023, which was 14. A few reported examples are as follows. Within the month of December, Tobagonians have witnessed some of the most heinous crimes, where we saw a body was burnt in the Mount Avon area. 2 men were shot and killed in Bon Accord, and also we witnessed drive-by shooting in the Kiambi area. And thus far, for 2024, we have experienced 4 murders. This administration will not tolerate these sorts of crimes that are affecting our sweet island of Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, crime and violence are now a major part of the Caribbean overall plethora of problems, ranging from petty theft, home invasion, domestic violence, sexual abuse, rape, human trafficking, drug and gang warfare, murders, fraud, among many others. Violence in our island now threatens our lives, our economies, our national security, and by extension, every aspect of our well-being. Madam Presiding Officer, let me share a little of my experience to this House. I was employed on the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago in the police department for approximately 30 years. My wealth and experience in crime is overwhelmed. I have enough knowledge and experience where I can see and also witness the movement of drugs, guns, ammunition, theft of animals, human trafficking. Yes, I've witnessed it all. I was a port police, yes. I witnessed all these crimes took place on the port. Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, Deputy Presiding Officer, those are some of the crimes that I've experienced whilst working on the port. Due to the lack of vehicle scanners and container scanner, which we presently need right now to help alleviate some of these illegal guns and drugs that is coming here to our island of Tobago. Now that I am the Assistant Secretary in the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, I am also experiencing many reports of predial larceny, poaching of wildlife animals in the close season, furniture shops and sawmills operating without permits, illegal logging, sand mining, persons lighting fires without fire permits, persons illegally removing plants from the main ridge, Forest Reserve, and Little Tobago. In the Fisheries Division within the Marine Park, we are experiencing overloading of reef vessels, persons riding jet skis without safety vests, persons in the Marine Park during the closed periods, consumption of alcohol, unauthorized vessels also in the Marine Park. I also want to inform the public that Safari 3, which is the division's reef patrol vessel, was relaunched on the 19th of February 2024, where patrols of the Marine Park and environs commenced immediately. These are some of the issues that Secretary Pantin and myself met in the division, And we are now fixing all these problems. We also have reports from our fisher folks where illegal vessels are fishing within our territorial waters. It shows that our borders are widely open. Yep, it shows where our borders are widely open. I myself made a report to the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard after receiving such reports from a member from the fisher folk of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, we also witnessing where an incident took place with a ghost ship that was found overturned in Canube area, resulting in an oil-like substance which is causing a problem to our ecosystem. However, investigations with that ghost ship vessel is continuing, and I know that all authorities involved in this investigation will leave no stone unturned in this matter. Deputy Presiding Officer, some persons may believe that crime is a business. Some persons may believe that crime is a way of life. But let me tell everyone this. Being involved in crime only brings about two things. One, jail. Let me say jail again. I'm pointing my finger to nobody else. Jail. And two, death. One life lost to crime in Tobago is too much, because Tobago, as we all know, Lord Nelson said, all are we one family. However, I pray that we recognize the Almighty presence throughout all our deliberations in our quest to move forward in combating crime, and for us to work together and put politics aside for making Tobago the greatest island on this planet. Deputy Presiding Officer, I thank you. Who next?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. I stand here this evening on behalf of the constituents, the electorate of Roxborough Argyle, including Dallaford, Ruido, Betsy Hope, Kendall, etc. The motion placed before us this evening is a simple one, this afternoon. It's a simple one that has to do with the setting up of a committee, utilizing various stakeholders throughout the rank and file of Tobago so as to create a level of safety and security for the people of Tobago. I listened to the debate led by the Chief Secretary, and I also observed that the minority leader supported the idea to a few amendments. Beyond that, what I've been hearing is unnecessary talk, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Let me just pause to commend my colleague, Assemblyman Tate. He has done well on his maiden voyage. He didn't crash. I want to say, you have done well. Keep it up. Apart from that, a committee that has to be formed needs to be properly delineated. We need to know who will comprise these committees, or this committee, what role and function they will play. We need to know in terms of reference for this committee, and I was expecting to have the debate focus more on that. But instead we have a debate focusing on crime and schooling and poverty and autonomy and unnecessary issues. Unnecessary issues. Unnecessary issues. Are our borders secure? And when I say our borders, people are sometimes confused by our borders. The borders that the ward, Tobago is a ward, has is 6 nautical mile radius around the island. That is our borders. I'm not sure if any of us here know where the border is and where Trinidad and Tobago water begins. But there is something called Tobago border, 6 nautical miles from the low water level point out to the sea. And we are responsible for that administratively. That is not a national security issue. It is insofar as Tobago is a subset of Trinidad. And I believe people in this house would have done well in maths. And we have a set and we have a subset. We have a big circle and a smaller circle inside that is called a subset of that big circle is a set. Trinidad and Tobago is the big circle. That's the name of the country, formerly called Trinidad. It is now called Trinidad and Tobago. That one country is called Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago is excised and is in the middle of that, a subset, and it's called Tobago. I thought I had to explain that, and I should go it over one more time again. Tobago finds itself surrounded by Trinidad waters. That's legally speaking. Legally speaking. So national security, so far as border patrol is concerned, is firstly Trinidad's responsibility. Because before you get to Tobago, you have to pass through Trinidad and Tobago waters. And we have Coast Guard responsible for that. If there are feelings, a matter for the Minister of National Security and the Head of National Security, and we know them very well. Once it gets past that and it enters within the 6-mile radius of Tobago, for which Tobago House of Assembly has administrative responsibility, it then becomes a problem for the Tobago House of Assembly, led by the Chief Secretary. And if we're going to talk about safety and security, about our borders, then we need to put something in place that is legally sound and not something that's in conflict with existing law. How do we patrol that 6-mile radius so as to prevent substances, contraband, so to speak, and undesirables from entering our water? We could use fishermen who are always on the sea, and they can radio in anything that they see untoward, anything that they look suspect, they can do that. We can use that. These are some of the things I want to hear, how we are going to police that 6-mile radius. I didn't hear that. What I'm hearing is talk about autonomy and who not doing what, and we don't need that talk today. You must understand the motion that they write. Don't misunderstand it, because you have intelligent people inside here. This motion is about setting up a committee that looks after the security and welfare of Tobagonians so that we do not suffer any untoward trouble that we can avoid by proper meticulous supervision of our borders and our streets, etc. I didn't hear that. I heard a reference made to the Tobago police, and the PNM would have done that, would have attempted to do that, and they blocked by central government. I've heard that. But I did not hear the construct of how this committee is going to work and create a similar quasi-policing kind of force so as to protect our streets without conflicting with the existing laws of the land. Because we need to understand that Trinidad and Tobago is one country, but Tobago is a ward of that country. I'm speaking something kind of deep, and I may just need to pull aside and park and explain it to you. Trinidad and Tobago is one country, but Tobago is a ward of that country. Yeah? In 1888, the Queen, who was responsible for Tobago at the time, because Tobago had fell from the old representative system where they elected people to now a crown colony rule where she was directly in charge, and she would determine the composition of the assembly and the composition of a legislative council, she would determine those things all by herself, what needs to be discussed and not. When she created the act that would join the colony of Tobago and the colony of Trinidad as one, call it the Trinidad and Tobago Act, what she did was to create one country on paper. But in 1899, she went on further to create the fine prints of that relationship and placed Tobago as a ward of Trinidad and Tobago. What I've just said to you is that they created Trinidad and Tobago first, and then they excised Tobago and made it a ward of Trinidad and Tobago. Meaning, if you understand that, the way we go about creating all of these committees is going to be very different, right? Until Tobago is removed from the status of being a ward, every single thing we do must be subjected to Trinidad, must be subjected to Trinidad, must be. So forming a committee is good, and we operate within the parameters of Tobago, but let us hear about that in this debate. Let us hear how you're going to form this committee. Who's going to take responsibility for policing? Because you cannot advise the central government policing. They can't advise central government police. They cannot advise the army, which is under the control of the president. Anything you go to, it reminds you of a ward. You have to go and say, pretty please, can you please help me with this? Can you please? And if Trinidad say no, it no. So how do we get around that? It's something we should be debating. How do we deal with that? Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the issue is a serious one. The death toll in Tobago is rising. We had 4 in less than 2 complete months. We have had 4 murders. It's growing rapid, like wildfire. People are not wearing masks again. They're not masking up again. It's bodoy-doy, and that is it. Creating a sense of panic and fear on the streets. Anytime you're on the street corner and you hear a car screeching, you want to look for cover because you can't tell. How do we create stability and safety in our community is what this debate should be speaking about. And I will want to suggest that the makers and the framers of this motion spend time reading the motion again. And let's not go all over the place about autonomy. This has nothing to do with autonomy, but has to do with Tobago as a ward, looking out for Tobago as a ward. And we can operate within those limits, but what are the parameters of those limits? What are the parameters? How the committee is going to operate? You can't create no law here, you know. How the committee operate? A nice idea. I will want to support the bill, support the motion. I want to, a good idea, I love it. I can't say it's a bad idea, but how do we go about it? How do we go about it? What are the terms of reference? People are concerned about all kind of things happening on high seas out there. All kind of things happening on high seas out there. Men tell me they could buy guns, buy grenades, buy anything out there on the high seas. It seems as if it's time of the pirates. Anything could happen out there. How do we deal with that? I will want to suggest that those who think they're an authority in Tobago understand what humility is, understand what governance is, and sit down with the National Security Minister, seek a meeting with the Prime Minister, who is the head of national security. At that level down there, that's where the meetings have to take place, not at this level up here with these junior officers, and no disrespect to that. There are junior officers here. The seniors are in Trinidad. You need to go down and speak with them and have a meeting, but you must know what you're going to talk about. Autonomy is autonomy. And that's not even what Tobago wants. Tobago doesn't even want autonomy. What Tobago wants is self-determination, which is the right of Tobago to decide within Tobago, among itself, without any external influence, its political status, and to develop its economic, social, and cultural systems on the island. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, you're falling asleep. And I want you to pay attention, please. Your eyes are going down on me. If you want me to take a break, I could take a break. But I see your eyes dipping on me, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. I could say that. I want you to pay attention to me inside here. Pay attention to me. That's not for you to say. That's not for you to say. That's right. That's for you to say. And to know your place as Deputy Presiding Officer.
You need to know your place when you're on this chair.
No, I could tell you, you're falling asleep on me. I don't want you to fall asleep on me. Remind if you need to be awake. And so, as we debate this bill again, it's a serious, this motion, it's a serious motion, but it cannot be dealt with school mentality. It's a big issue for Tobago. Security on all fronts, from the seas, from the ocean perspective, on the ground perspective, from the air perspective, but it requires a conversation that must take place outside of Tobago because we are a ward. And that's what I want to stand here and say today. The sooner that we have a national committee that we can go to and speak to, having discussed from our committee here, because it can't end here. We could make all kind of plans here in Tobago as a committee, and nothing could come out of that. Not one single thing. Not one single thing. Because these national security lapse, everything that's coming will come into our way, and we can't stop it. If you have to get FUL, a permission to use a carry firearm, it has to come from Trinidad. It doesn't come from Tobago here. If you want to buy guns, it has to come from Trinidad, not here. So, the instruction for the police to follow up on anything, and they have the legitimate right to enforce the law of the land, it must come from Trinidad. For the Coast Guard to follow up on anything, that instruction must come from Trinidad. And so in dealing with that, it is important for us to repair the relationship with Trinidad and not try to damage it or cut away or strain it any further. I think, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that point is well made. And I think, having made that point, I could now say I've done my due to this bill. Thank you.
A pleasant good afternoon to everyone in the House. Let me first thank the people of Bucum Pleasant and Canaan for allowing me this privilege to address this august body. That's quite all right, is that right? Thank you for the offer. Yeah? Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I was saddened to hear the contribution of the member from Roxborough and his misguiding the youth of Tobago. I must admit that my understanding of and a definition of Tobago doesn't allow me to support his definition of who we are in relation to Trinidad. And I'm of the view that some of my colleagues coming after me are going to fix that, because we are the fix-it crew. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am compelled to go to one of the greatest writers that I've ever read. He wrote a book called Ecclesiastes. And in that book, chapter 4, verses 9 to 11, he says, "Two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him that is alone when he falleth, for he hath not another to help him up. Again, if two lie together, then they have heat. But can one be warm alone?" When I read that the first time, I thought about I thought about Trinidad and Tobago. And I remember a question the late, great Ho-Choy Charles asked me. He said, should Trinidad suffer a natural disaster, major natural disaster, how would we survive in Tobago? And that question always triggered something in me and forced me to look at my position in Tobago in relation to Trinidad. Now, the matter before us is about crime in Tobago. It's about oil spills on our shore. It's about our social structure and where we are heading as an island. My friends opposite would make us believe that this matter could be dealt with apart from the autonomy conversation. But I cannot see the island progressing in any meaningful way without us discussing the autonomy concern at every possible turn. You see, as crime As crime continues to grow in the island, I know for a fact that my foundation and resource base that governs my conduct is biblical. Of course, there's a strong religious twist to it. And amid all the possible solutions, I must insist or recommend that we resort to humbling ourselves to somebody greater than all of us. The matter before us that the minority 1 and 2 seem to not understand is that we are proposing something here to really bring our crime challenge to the fore. And you'll realize that without that intervention from each of us, because the minority 1 already committed the support, conditional support, but without that, we will not get the desired result. I have before me a list of services being offered by the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, of whom I'm the Assistant Secretary. And these offerings will go a long way in assisting in bringing the crime challenge under subjection. As an island, we have suffered. We have suffered from leadership that did not focus the island in a trajectory of development, real development. We had leadership for a long time that focused on having every citizen of Tobago become a member of a voters' bank. And as far as possible, they sought to turn the narrative and create the space and create what they would call opportunity, but not for real growth, not for real private sector development, but for dependency. Seeking to bring Tobago on par with some of the areas in Trinidad that cannot seem to see beyond the Balize. And so, regardless of what the situation is in the country of Trinidad and Tobago, there are persons who, from the time the election bell rings, without any analysis, without reading any documents, without any consideration for anything that's happening, they know where they are going to vote. And the movement was afoot for a long time. And it's very disappointing, Madam Presiding Officer, that Minority Leader 2 has joined Minority Leader 1 with that kind of training and perception and trying to steer Tobago into a place where we do not analyze information. We do not look into the depth of where we're going as an island. And as a consequence, we have a Tobago now that the crime is growing. And that crime is coming from, could you excuse me please, madam, could I get your protection from yeah. Yeah, and the crime that we're experiencing is a direct response to poor leadership during the 21 years from...
Members, please allow the member to finish.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
His contribution uninterrupted.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your protection, Madam Presiding Officer. So now that we are in this situation that was created deliberately to ensure that they continue winning election after election, but we must say thank God that the people of Tobago did the analysis that some areas in the country, in the sister isle, do not ever consider, and they did the correct thing to remove them from office. Madam Presiding Officer, if there are persons within our public space, within our island, who are concerned and frustrated, I am here in my capacity as Assistant Secretary in the Division of Health. And in that capacity, I'm going to share, with your permission, the services are many, and I have not memorized them all. Can I look at my script? Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I'll take it from the aging unit. We have services to deal with those who are old or the elderly who need the assistance. I'm not going to read them all, but I'm just going to glance at them just to get the covering title, yeah? Those who are immersed in alcohol and drug abuse, we have a program for you. I'm not going to read the entire thing as I've said. Those of us, we have children and families that are under stress. And mind you, as I speak, bear in mind, we have always had these challenges, but they have intensified at this moment because of the kind of groundwork that the previous regime put in place to ensure that these people keep voting for them. So that's why we have these challenges so extensive now. We have community mediation, where persons go to the court, and it's my experience on the job, I'm seeing persons who, instead of seeking to make things right with their family and siblings, they prefer to approach the state to be the ones to take care of them. And I would ask them, I say, are your parents alive? Yes. Are your brothers and sisters alive? Yes. Didn't you ask them for assistance? I don't speak to them. And so we have a Tobago where we were once so strongly knit as families. We are in a situation now where persons in families are warring, and because of that warring situation, they are coming to the state for assistance. Let me move on quickly. All right, we have community residence for children, we have for children under 12, and we have for children between 12 and 18. We have social services units, right? Provide supporting environment for clients who effectively resolve individual, group, and family challenges. And because of the pace at which I'm going, I must also let you know that the numbers 639, 3395, and extensions are available for persons who wish to follow up on the information I'm sharing. We have Disability Affairs Unit. There are persons who might be physically challenged, and we have facilities to cater for them also. Emergency Social Assistance Unit, short-term emergency assistance with food card and so on. There are people in the Tobago space who are not understanding the food card conversation, because at the time when we won the election, when we beat them 14-1 at the time, that there was a food card issued from Port of Spain, which was immediately withdrawn from the program. And it's part of the way how they operate. They operate in a way where they deliberately inflict pressure on Tobago, trying to force us to vote for them. And that is why the food card was removed. So now we have a situation where there was always an emergency card at the division. We have maintained the position, and we are seeking to continually improve in that area. Gender Affairs Unit, working with stakeholders to effectively mainstream gender in all policies, programs, and practices. Right? I'm going to run ahead again. Litter Eradication Program, we call it the LEP. A lot of single mothers have fallen into this program, and we are at the moment regularizing the program because it's one where, when we inherited the program, persons were not able to access holiday and sick leave. There are people who have been working on this program for years, and they just have to work every single day. The day they do not work, they do not get paid. So we have this program being streamlined so that the people could really, really enjoy the fruits of their labor and be able to take a little casual or a little sick day or so, right? We have public health under us. Public health is dealing with a lot of the concerns, like, for example, airlines come here from all around the world from time to time. Vessels coming in, they are able to check, do the necessary tests, so no diseases are imported into the island, right? That's just one part of what public health does. One of the things public health is embarking on also, right now we are seeking to remove all the derelict cars on the road. You notice that in some areas our road space is cheated because somebody left an old car on the road for too long. We are seeking to remove them, but of course the notification is out there for persons to pick up their vehicles and store them if you want them. If you don't want them, of course, they'll be taken away and disposed of, right? And this notification is in the media as we speak. All right. Of course, I said probation services. We have the program for adolescent mothers, right? It's a biblical prediction that children will make children. And in many cases in Tobago, we have young mothers who are in need of help, advice, education. This program seeks to garner them and steer them in a direction for success. Right? The DMO office is there also, and the REACH program, which has been very successful. The REACH program, we offer persons who are interested in going into business. We give you loans up to 15,000. No, sorry, it's a grant up to 15,000, where you could purchase appliances and so on to go into your own business. Persons have bought refrigerators, hairdressing equipment, tools for trade, and so they have this option, right? Right, and the Technological Vocational Center for Persons with Disabilities, I might have heard in not bringing some samples of their work to the house today, but there are those who are physically challenged, and in our perception, they might not be able to hold a steady job. But based on this program, they are able to do things with their hands, or as best as their limbs could motor, they are able to do things and to be able to generate an income. So all these programs are in place. All these programs are in place to assist, and they work beautifully, because the reality of our society is we are being fragmented and we need to supplement as a division. Madam Presiding Officer, the current administration's approach to addressing the pressing issues of increased crime in the society, the recent oil spill and other social ills demonstrates a stark departure from the inaction of the previous regime. Unlike our predecessors, our administration has shown a proactive stance in acknowledging and tackling these challenges head on. Firstly, by acknowledging the gravity of these issues and their impact on the safety and well-being of Tobagonians, our administration has signaled a willingness to confront uncomfortable realities and initiate necessary actions. This contrasts sharply with what the previous government has done. Secondly, the establishment of comprehensive approach within the THA in integrating all facets of the THA operations to bolster intervention strategies is a clear indication of the current administration's commitment to proactive governance. And finally, the decision to establish this standing committee dedicated to monitoring and evaluating the implementation of intervention strategies underscores our administration's commitment to accountability and transparency. By actively assessing the efficacy of these strategies, this administration ensures that resources are allocated efficiently and that interventions are adapted as needed to address evolving threats. In conclusion, this administration, our approach, to addressing the safety and security challenges facing Tobago demonstrates a clear departure from the neglect and inaction of the past. Through proactive measures, comprehensive strategies, and diligent oversight, we are working to reassure Tobagonians and foster an environment conducive to their safety and well-being. There's a lot of conversation in this space that seeks to discredit everything this administration does. And that is no surprise. That is the tactic of the enemy. However, I call him the enemy of Tobago. However, I feel the confidence, and I know that as an administration, we will weather these storms. I continue to ask my people, the people of Tobago, to follow the trend of this administration. Seek to edify yourself with everything we are doing, and you will see a path, a trajectory towards success and the greatest little island on the planet. I thank you.
Assemblyman Sampson, you may now join this debate.
Firstly, let me express a hearty good afternoon to you, Madam Presiding Officer, members of this Honorable House, and to the people of Tobago. The opportunity to present in this House is a privilege that I continue to cherish and enjoy.
Yes.
Today we have convened to discuss an issue of great importance, and that is the safety and security of all Tobagonians. Madam Presiding Officer, I don't like to age myself about talking about the long time days, but I think that is essential for us to reminisce a bit on this matter. Decades ago, I remember having the luxury of leaving my house open and going out. All I had to say to my neighbor, I'm going out. And I could be assured that when I return, all my belongings, all my valuables were still in my house. You went on the field to have a sweat with the boys, you could leave all your valuables there sitting around, lying around, without even thinking twice. Nobody ain't even thinking about thieving your things. I also remember being able to send the youngest child to the village parlor without being concerned about their safety. Madam Presiding Officer, sadly, those days seem like a thing of the past. As a society, we have all been forced to implement proactive measures to ensure the safety of ourselves and our loved ones. Some, unfortunately, have fallen victim to criminal activity. This discussion, Madam Presiding Officer, leads me to a very important piece of legislation. It is in this fact, this very document that makes provision for the Tobago House of Assembly. The Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996 was created to, and I quote, provide for the membership, powers and functions of the Tobago House of Assembly and its Executive Council and matters incidental thereto. Within this said document also states, the Assembly shall, in relation to Tobago, be responsible for the formulation and implementation of policy in respect of the matters set out in the 5th schedule. I looked through the 5th schedule and there was no mention of national security. The Act also further went on to say, the Assembly shall not have responsibility for the matters set out in the 6th schedule. Madam Presiding Officer, under the 6th schedule, The second matter for which is stated that the THA has no responsibility for is national security. This is why I'm quite perplexed when the minority on numerous occasions has mounted platforms to try to blatantly mislead the population into thinking that this assembly is somehow responsible for the proliferation in criminal activity on our beloved island. Madam Presiding Officer, I think he is better served taking that energy to his counterparts in Trinidad. Restway. There is a quote that I refer to ever so often, and it says, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." This, Madam Presiding Officer, is the underlying principle of this motion today. While the Tobago House of Assembly was granted direct authority, while the Tobago House of Assembly was not granted direct authority of national security, it will be foolhardy of us to sit by mute on this matter, a matter that deeply concerns and affects the safety and security of Tobagonians. It is also unwise to complain without any suggestions on addressing this issue. Crime is a multifaceted issue caused by the interaction of different risk factors. Some postulate that criminals are born and not made. Proponents of this school of thought believe that neurological conditions lead to one being more susceptible to a life of crime. Others believe that crime is a result of socialization and an individual's interaction with risk factors such as substance addiction, poverty, social isolation, and family dysfunction, to name a few. It is in this regard that the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection, through Assemblymen Dr. Faith B. Israel and Sonny Craig, work tirelessly to promote good family values, provide avenues for conflict resolution, provide substance intervention and prevention to the public, and assist the most vulnerable among us to improve their socio-economic standards. We are actively doing our part to cut the tree at the root. We have also been working assiduously to improve programs aimed at reducing poverty. Let's look at URP, for example. Upon assuming office, we ensured that URP workers' terms and conditions were significantly improved. Workers now have some sense of dignity in carrying out their duties. Through the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources and Environment, farmers now have various avenues to improve their capacity and capabilities. Through the Division of Education, Research and Technology, programs for the holistic development of our people are being undertaken. Madam Presiding Officer, I can go on and on, yet still all we're hearing is, "Fairly this, fairly that, faith this, faith that." Give me a break. I listened to the minority on his rants and how he brings about his responses. You have to pick a struggle. You can't want to support the motion, and then you're trying to bash us at the same time. You know, sometimes when you're looking to grab at political straws, you get to lose sight of what is there. Look at all the programs that we have in place. He's not seen any of these things. But you see the disease called red eye is a hell of a disease. And it's hard to get rid of. But we on this side, we have some nice blue water. So come and let us sprinkle it into your eyes so that they can clear the cloudiness. Crime reduction strategies, however, call for meaningful collaboration with all stakeholders to decrease its occurrence. It cannot be effectively addressed in silos, which seems to be the current mode of operation. Each player must be allowed a seat at the table to collectively strategize on tactics to reduce crime on the island. Madam Presiding Officer, in ruminating on this motion, I wondered, can the root cause of crime be addressed without the intervention of stakeholders in education, health, tourism, community development, and sports, to name a few? The youngest child can tell you that the answer to that question is no. So then how can crime strategy be created and implemented without the input of the Tobago House of Assembly responsible for these fifth schedule items? Contrary to the meaningless ramblings of my friends on the other side, this administration is not adverse to collaboration with the central government. In fact, we welcome it for the betterment of our island and its residents. This issue presents a golden opportunity for the central government to put political affiliations aside and see about the needs of our people. Madam Presiding Officer, I am no subject matter expert in the area of national security, but it is crystal clear that the crime fighting strategy needs serious bolstering. When you think about the Minister of National Security and his greatest achievement, one of his greatest achievements is to see the back of Gary Griffith. While crime continues to spiral out of control, these are the ramblings of those on the opposite side. There is a need for investment in the technology and human resources with the technical skills to effectively implement and respond to criminal activity in a timely fashion. Some arms of our protective services here on the island continue to clamor for the tools needed to do their job. Notwithstanding that we are notoriously underfunded, we still take some of the little pittance given to us in an effort to assist our protective agencies, because at the end of the day, crime is all our business.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Presiding Officer, the recent oil spill is a great example of the central government's continued failure to provide our protective services with the tools needed to do their job. Up to now, we still confused on from whence this barge came, when exactly it came, and where it was headed. No one has been held accountable for this significant threat to our tourist product. But when asked about the possibility of earlier detection by the Coast Guard, if given the tools needed, the goodly Prime Minister said that was speculation. Madam Presiding Officer, we have a National Security Council charged with the responsibility of monitoring matters relating to defense and national security. There is not a single representative from the Tobago House of Assembly on the NSC. How can our needs be addressed if we do not have a seat at the table? How do they cater to the specific needs of Tobagonians? It is in this very regard that a standing committee specific to Tobago is being proposed to undertake the necessary monitoring and evaluation of intervention strategies for the reduction of crime. Monitoring and evaluation is critical to ensuring that these initiatives work as they were intended to and that adjustments are made promptly. Madam Presiding Officer, in closing, I call on my fellow Tobagonians to choose information and education over old noise and sheer political desperation. We are not perfect, but we continue to advocate for our beloved island in the areas that we are limited in authority. We call on the central government to collaborate with this administration in an effort to preserve the peaceful nature that is synonymous with Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you for the opportunity to yet again contribute to the discussion in this honorable house. I thank you.
Minority Councillor, you may now join the debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to join the debate. And again, I want to reiterate the minority support in principle for the motion for the THA to adopt a comprehensive integrated approach to bolster intervention strategies aimed at reassuring public safety on the island, as well as the establishment of the standing committee, and in the case of the minorities, amendment to develop and implement these strategies. So we are committed on this side to supporting any policy that will redound to the reduction in crime and criminal activity on the island, and of course improve the safety of our residents. And while we acknowledge the pressing issues faced by Tobagonians, the minority expresses some concern regarding the approach and the proposed solutions or lack thereof that are outlined. And there has been an undeniable increase in criminal activity on the island, And this is evidenced by the record high murder rate that we saw last year. And we have a similar trend occurring with 4 murders on record to date, and even today we heard of a shooting somewhere in the west side. And of course, we recognize that this is a serious matter that needs urgent intervention. And while it is unquestionable that the high murder rate coupled with the recent oil spill and other social ills has forced the Begonians to critically analyze their overall safety, the motion fails to acknowledge the complex underlying causes of these problems. And the motion also fails to address the root causes of these problems. And yes, advocating for collaboration is needed. However, the intervention strategies without addressing the root causes are akin to treating the symptoms without curing the disease. And Madam Presiding Officer, we would have hoped to hear a little more about some of the things that we consider, a little bit more analysis into the causes of the increase in crime and criminal activity. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, when we look at the 2 issues in relation to the oil spill as well as also, the increase in criminal activity on the island, maybe we should have separated the two issues. They are both very important issues, and we don't want one issue to overshadow the other. And even as we speak in the debate currently coming forward, we are hearing more issues dealing with the increase in criminal activity in comparison to the oil spills. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, the motion focuses on the formulation and execution of focused intervention strategies in Tobago to necessitate a proactive and multifaceted approach underpinned by the active involvement of stakeholders. And this is actually stanza 3 of the motion. But what we have failed to hear coming out of the motion is what policies that were formulated that are focused towards this intervention. We heard the Assistant Secretary of Education speak to the existing policies that are under the division, and he spoke to the whole issue of TVET and other issues, but I would have liked to hear more of what is currently being formulated that is focused towards this particular intervention that we are seeking to reduce. We also heard the long list of services that are currently available at the Division of Health, but again, we didn't see the formulation of new policies geared towards this intervention. And we are hoping that maybe in the wind-up, the Chief Secretary, and even, I don't know if the other secretaries will speak, but we are hoping that while they speak, we could hear what are the focused strategies that are currently being formulated to address the current issues that we face in terms of the increased crime and criminal activity. And yes, we would have heard the Assistant Secretary of Education speaking to the fact of with the increased criminal activity in our schools, and the Signal Hill Secondary School would have had a stakeholder meeting where they are seeking to bring all the stakeholders together to come up with intervention. I would also like to hear what are the specific interventions coming out of the Division of Education in relation to increased criminal activity in our schools. And even while we are in this house, we are hearing increased criminal activity in another school today. And we agree that this matter is pressing and it needs to be addressed in a focused way. And We are reiterating the point that the motion falls short of providing concrete plans for addressing the underlying socio-economic factors contributing to crime and insecurity in Tobago. And so far, the motion, nor persons contributing, were able to outline specific targeted issues or strategies, to address the various issues of increased crime and insecurity. And the motion also calls, Madam Presiding Officer, for a deeper collaboration with relevant entities, since the Tobago House of Assembly does not have direct responsibility for national security. And Madam Presiding Officer, of course, on this side, the minority, we always support and advocate for greater collaboration, which will benefit all of Tobago. And while we support that greater collaboration, what we are seeing in terms of the posture of this current THA administration, it doesn't augur well for meaningful collaboration. And we would have seen the joint press conference and the touring of the areas affected by the oil spill, and that joint press conference between the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary, the central government and its agencies, as well as the Tobago House of Assembly and its agencies. I think for most Tobagonians seeing that collaboration, it was quite refreshing and it was reassuring, particularly in what we are facing at this time. And we are hoping that there could be more meaningful collaboration. But while we see this joint press conference, mere days later, we saw the same THA administration through the Chief Secretary, more or less cussing the central government, so to speak. And then days later, we heard the Secretary of Tourism talking about, the reasons why the Tobago House of Assembly could not act in the way that they acted is because of the relationship that we currently share, and wanting us to go to St. Kitts and Grenada and Barbados, all these countries that do not have an oil and gas economy, that doesn't have any real experience in dealing with oil and gas. And we have the experience here in Trinidad. We have the expertise there, and our brothers and sisters on the other island are willing to support, because from our information, at the advent of this, the Ministry of Energy would have reached out to the Tobago House of Assembly to provide the support. So the posture of the administration, and yes, we do not have a problem with you advocating and speaking up for Tobagonians, but Madam Presiding Officer, it is the way that it is done. And I think we have to be more stately about it. We have to be more diplomatic about it, particularly if we want to engender meaningful collaboration between both entities. So, Madam Presiding Officer, we are in agreement and support greater collaboration, but we recommend that the actions to be taken to create meaningful collaboration, the actions should change a bit that will cause improved contribution towards the safety and security for all of us on our island. And now I want to turn to the establishment of the steering committee. And while the establishment of the steering committee and our proposal on this side was to have the committee, rather than monitoring, but implementing and the relevant strategies. While, of course, this sounds promising and it sounds good, we have some questions that require answers. And some of the questions would have gone before in terms of the composition of the committee. You know, who are the persons that will comprise the committee? And we hope that in the wind-up, the Chief Secretary could give greater insight into that, as well as what is the scope of the committee, what are the terms and conditions under which the committee will operate, will there be broader community engagement and participation, for example, from civil society organizations, from faith-based organizations, from sporting organizations, from community leaders, and of course residents themselves, because the residents are the ones who are actually feeling the effects of what is currently happening in terms of increase in crime and criminal activity. And is the establishment of the committee sufficient to ensure the efficacy of the intervention strategies? Hence our proposed amendment for the implementation of the strategies, development and implementation of the strategies. And true progress in addressing crime and insecurity requires the active involvement of all the stakeholders. And therefore, we are asking that the recommendation on the side of the minority be accepted. The minority also has some additional recommendations and additional solutions, which involves a more holistic and inclusive approach. And we are thinking that that should be explored, and this will include greater partnerships with community organizations that I would have mentioned before, the faith-based organizations, and greater investment in education and youth development programs, and possibly looking at the existing programs and seeing where these programs could be adjusted and amended in light of the focus approach that we want to take. Because yes, we have existing programs, but we are also seeing with the existing programs increase in crime and criminal activity on our island as well as in our schools. And I want to look at one of the existing programs in relation to youth development, because one of the first promises, or the first quarter promise of this administration, was to assess and reopen the Y zones. And this promise was made sometime in January 2022. We have seen where some of the Y zones were refurbished, but the last I checked, particularly in my community, the Y zone remained closed. And maybe if we look at some reopening the Y zones as a start, as was promised, because of course due to COVID they were shut down and they needed to have those repairs done. If we could look at reopening the Y zones in the shortest possible time, that can allow our young people to be engaged in constructive and meaningful activities, this will also contribute towards the reduction in crime. Also reconsider the current policy decisions that is currently being executed by this administration. And some of the policy decisions that we are speaking of, Madam Presiding Officer, is in direct relation to bread and butter issues, as we call it. The dismantling of departments, the firing of THA workers, placing individuals on the breadline. And they all contribute not being able to meaningfully sustain your family, can contribute to increased crime and insecurity. Additionally, late payments, Madam Presiding Officer, to employees also can have a similar impact, and so too the non-payment of contractors, as well as the late payment of suppliers and service providers. And up to yesterday, we saw the press conference of the Chamber of Commerce Tobago chapter, and they were explaining the impact of the non-payment and what payment of contractors can do not only for the contractors, but the multiplier effect on other subcontractors and service providers, because they can be able to make good on their outstanding debt. So, additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, there were some initiatives in the PDP mandate. I am not sure if this is the same mandate that is currently being fulfilled by this current administration, since they are now quote-unquote independent TPP, sorry, but there were some initiatives in the 100-day plan. I am not sure if the administration and the chief secretary may want to look at those, and some of them included, or one of them included rather, the reintroduction of the community comfort patrols to work closely with the TTPS. So maybe some of those recommendations that, and some of those promises that were in that plan that we have not yet seen materialize, you know, what is happening with them, and maybe some of those things could be looked at to try to reduce what is happening in terms of increased crime and criminal activity on the island. And Madam Presiding Officer, the minority does acknowledge the intent behind the motion, and while we recognize the importance of addressing the safety and security concerns of Tobagonians, the motion falls short, of providing meaningful solutions, and we must also go beyond the superficial measures that we would have heard, and also the existing measures, but look at the focused approach as indicated in the motion, identifying what are those focused strategies to address the issue. And before I wind up, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to address one of the points that the Assistant Secretary in the Division of Infrastructure would have highlighted, and that is in relation to the former administration and its response in dealing with crime and criminal activity. And it came to my attention a Facebook post from 2019, and the post reads, "On a serious note, how many more sympathies do we wish to extend to families of those murdered? At what point will we really treat the root causes? When will Tobagonians start accepting that there are thieves and murderers among us? Time to stop believing that every crime that happens in Tobago is a trini that come up on the boat and do it. We must accept responsibility for our own nasty ways. Yes, we are raising criminals too. Let us deal with it." And Madam Presiding Officer, we are wondering what has changed since then. And of course, crime and criminal activity is of importance to all of us, and is a matter that requires urgent attention. And Madam Presiding Officer, these are the words from a Facebook post of I am seeing here, Farley Chavez Augustine. I am not sure if it's the same Farley Chavez Augustine that is our current Chief Secretary. And as I conclude, Madam Presiding Officer, we need concrete action addressing the root causes of crime and insecurity through comprehensive and inclusive strategies with genuine collaboration and engagement from all sectors of society. And Madam Presiding Officer, we hope that in the wind-up by the Chief Secretary, he can respond to some of the questions raised and bring greater clarity as it relates to the focused interventions and strategies that will be implemented. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
Chief Secretary, you may now wrap up this debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, we heard a lot this afternoon, and we also heard a lot from the minority members this afternoon. And allow me, in the winding up, to clear up what I believe is some deliberate attempts to misguide the public and to misconstrue the facts as they are. In the first instance, the minority leader indicated that in moving the motion, that facts or data was not presented and that the analysis wasn't based on data. So allow me to remind the minority and remind Tobagonians of the sets of data presented earlier this afternoon. In the first instance, I presented data on the national crime statistics. On the second instance, I provided data on the Tobago specific crime statistics. Thirdly, I presented data sets between the years 2018 and the 2024. Fourthly, I presented data that showed causation, or rather the use of firearm as the primary weapon of choice when it comes to the committing of serious crimes, both in Trinidad and in Tobago. So the data was in fact presented. If the minority would like to have further breakdown of the data in terms of understanding what constitutes serious crimes, allow me to list them for the minority. They include murders, wrongdoings, woundings, shootings, sexual offenses, kidnapping, kidnapping for ransom, burglaries, break-ins, robberies, fraud offenses, general larceny, larceny motor vehicle, larceny dwelling home, narcotic offenses, possession of firearm and ammunition. So that is by definition, when we speak to serious crimes, it will contain those. The minority then went on to make analysis without any proper use of data. And what they sought to do was to rehash cliched myths about what causes crime and why there is crime. So they did not even give a substantive answer to the root causes of crime on the island. And so allow me to perhaps settle a myth here, a myth about the correlation and or causation between poverty and crime. The last CSO statistics showed that the poorest district, if we have to go by districts, on this island will be the district that I have led since 2017. And since 2017 to present, that district remains one of the safest districts in all of Trinidad and Tobago, to the extent that the police station in Shallaville has been repeatedly awarded for maintaining one of the safest districts in the entire country. So if, based on statistics, on actual data, the levels of poverty is higher in the district I represent, but the levels of crime is among the lowest when you do district by district comparison. One is hard pressed to really look at what's the science behind this notion that somehow just because poverty exists, crime automatically exists. And perhaps that Calypso is correct. that poverty is no excuse for crime and criminality. So time and time again, the correlation sometimes does not even exist. But it is a cliched conversation that we have, that once we see crime, it means that there is poverty lurking behind. I want to also warn this House that when we look at serious crimes, it goes beyond what plays out in our streets and in our communities. We do ourselves a disservice, and we do the young men and women who from time to time will be apprehended for criminal activity a disservice when we frame the narrative as if crime only exists in those quarters. Let's be frank. When we see a package washing ashore for $500,000, who could afford to import that? The same young men on the block? When we see multi-million-dollar shipment of guns and drugs being caught by the police, is the young black boys who have the money to make such an international trade and has the resources? Therefore, I don't want us to ever create the impression that the high levels of crime in this country is on the backs of only young black boys and girls. Because there are plenty big people in this party, big people in this country who wear suits and ties every day, who speak with the finest of accents, maybe even a convent accent too, who might very well be responsible for the levels of criminality in this country. And we have to disabuse ourselves of this notion that the high levels of crime is only because you have a group of people who poor and they are indigent, and so they're just criminals. And then that arrow tends to point primarily at people of a particular ethnic group. And yes, I will admit the statistics prove that by majority, the ethnic group of which I am a part of are the ones most apprehended for high levels of criminal activity. But I am certain that my ethnic group is not the only one responsible for same. So I wish to caution that when we're doing analysis, that the analysis must be according to data. And based on that data, then we arrive at the solution. So the solutions become much more targeted than simply saying it's poverty. I want to also rubbish a notion that somehow the restructuring of departments and companies, that act is contributing to crime. That is extremely misleading, Madam Presiding Officer. The empirical data does not show that. If that was the case, Madam Presiding Officer, how come we don't have more criminals coming out from those that TSTT restructured the other day? How many of the crimes committed in Tobago, I am daring the minority to prove, how many of the crimes committed in Tobago were committed by individuals known to be adversely affected by restructuring within the THA? And I'm certain that answer is probably next to nil, if not nil, which says that there is no scientific evidence drawing a correlation between the restructuring efforts that any government will have to do from time to time, any company will have to do from time to time, and high levels of crime. Let us be science-based and let us be truthful in how we utilize the data that is before us. And let's not twist things and skew it to suit a political narrative, because we are doing ourselves a disservice. Thirdly, I want to address the question of what's the role of the THA in treating with crime. And I addressed it before, but I'll speak about it again. Because my good friend from Roxborough, Argyle, who is always absent when I'm on my feet speaking, and I want to put on record that I make it a duty whenever he's speaking to sit and to wait out his presentations and to listen. As a matter of fact, I make it a duty, once a member of the minority is speaking, that I sit and I listen, especially if I am the leader in taking the motion, out of courtesy to those opposite. And the member for Roxborough Argyle has never returned that courtesy, certainly not to this chair. But the member for Roxborough Argyle, and I think I really had to probably go on a mission to save the member, you know, because he's my good brother, and I know plenty of Tobagonians will think I shouldn't save him. Deputy Chief Secretary watching me up and down, but I think he needs saving, right? And the background I'm coming from is one where we just save each other, we don't allow brothers to fall. The member gave us a definition for the right to self-determination, which is correct. But without realizing that that very definition for the right to self-determination speaks to the question of autonomy. Yes. The two concepts are not mutually exclusive. They are literally related. So this right to self-determination is at the heart of the autonomy question for Tobago. Secondly, the member says, well, look, you have responsibility for 6 nautical miles. But again, if we are attempting to philosophize based on the law, let's read the law properly. The law gives the THA administrative responsibility for up to 6 nautical miles, inclusive of the island itself. And it is very specific in some 30+ areas for which we have those responsibilities. National security is not one of them. So even in the 6 nautical miles, as the member for Roxborough Argyle suggests, we can't just go out and police the 6 nautical miles. If we send our own police force out there, they lock up somebody in the 6 nautical miles with drugs, who is charging them? What's the authority to lock them up? So therefore, that suggestion can't go anywhere. That suggestion doesn't make sense. And therefore, I have been a proponent since I came to this seat of 2 things when it comes to the relationship between Trinidad and Tobago. And those are the matters that are for the central government. The central government needs to mind its business and treat with those matters. The matters that are for the THA, the central government ought to leave the THA to mind its business and to execute those matters in the same way. I've been very clear in drawing that line. And so once I see in the law it is an issue for the central government, I will do all that is necessary to reach out. The member for Roxborough Argyle suggests that, look, I need to talk to them. And I want to quickly read into this house that notwithstanding the relationship the Prime Minister and I may or may not have, I believe in respecting what the law says, right? And the Prime Minister is at present the head of the National Security Council, the Minister of National Security, which I believe is less than successful, is under the remit and supervision of the Prime Minister. So I wrote the Prime Minister on the 12th of January 2024, and I wish to quote that letter. It says, I write to formally request an urgent meeting with you to discuss the elevated and disturbing level of murders and gun violence in Tobago. My request is made in keeping with the provisions of Section 31 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996, which provides inter alia for the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary to hold, and I quote, to hold regular discussions with a view to formulating administrative and legislative mechanisms for the promotion of harmony in the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago, close quote. As Prime Minister and Chairman of the National Security Council, you must be fully aware of the fact that Tobago closed the year 2023 with a recorded high of 14 murders 14 murders in which firearms were the weapon of choice. Relatedly, as of January 8, 2024, Tobago has recorded 4 murders with firearms again being the weapons of choice. This elevated level of murders and related gun violence is, I am sure you will agree, totally uncharacteristic of the social and public safety DNA of Tobago and Tobagonians. It is worth noting, Mr. Prime Minister, that this increasing trend in gun violence poses an existential threat to the social and economic development of Tobago and the Tobagonians, with devastating consequences for the island's tourism growth and development. Honorable Prime Minister, I am certain that you will agree, in light of the foregoing, that a deeper and more extensive body of national intelligence on the subject matter resident in you as chairman of the National Security Council, that the requested meeting is urgently necessary. I am available to meet at your earliest convenience in manner and format of your choice. This notwithstanding that I prefer an in-person meeting given the sensitive nature of the matter at hand. I await your positive response. Allow me, Madam Presiding Officer, to now share said response. And I'll share the response in part. It says, Dear Chief Secretary, I wish to acknowledge, this is from the Prime Minister, I wish to acknowledge receipt of your letters dated 12th of January 2024 on the aforementioned subject. So I wrote him 2 letters on that same day. One was about the request for meeting to discuss elevating murders and gun violence in Tobago, and the second was a DRC complaint letter. The Prime Minister continues, said, please be guided. Please be advised that I've referred both of your letters to the Honorable Reginald Amor, SC, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, for his advice. Further, I wish to assure you that as Prime Minister and in my capacity as Chairman of the National Security Council, I continue to be apprised of all matters concerning crime in Trinidad and Tobago. Yours sincerely, Keith Christopher Rowley. That's the letter. So there has not yet been an agreement using the THA Act for us to meet and discuss a matter listed under the 6th schedule for which the Prime Minister has core responsibility. In other words, what ought to be his business in relation to Tobago. So, and I want to point that out so that the member for Roxor Argyle can see that in fact this Chief Secretary has been dutifully doing the right thing in accordance with the law when it comes to having the lines of communications with those with whom the legal responsibility rests and abide. Further, Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to answer the question about how we plan to engage the entities in the space, entities such as TTPS, the Fire Service, Defense Force, etc. I want to say that one, as Chief Secretary, I hold regular meetings that I dub the Tobago Security Council meetings to sit down and discuss what's happening with crime and how we could be of assistance. Secondly, I wish to say, notwithstanding the rightful criticisms of the inefficiencies and the inadequacies of our national security apparatus, this Chief Secretary continues to enjoy a good relationship with those who lead varying arms of national security in Tobago. How else will they have astonishingly such significant increases in spend on accommodation and vehicles for them? That's because we have a relationship to the extent that sometimes they call and say, Chief, we are no mattressing and we have people coming up to march for independence and the officers have to sleep outside. What are we going to do? We fix the problem. Chief, the prison's closed down. There's telephone conversation, not even requiring a letter to make the request. Just call and I will find a way to engage the resources of the THA to assist. But I'm saying, without a shadow of a doubt, we should not sit here and pretend as if all is well with the national security apparatus in Tobago. Because all is not well. Look, 2 are standing in here today. They will tell you they're struggling. Ask them when last they get the overtime money. Ask them if they get the gratuity yet. Ask them if they're satisfied with the 4%. While those of us here, we should get how much percent? 30 and 40 and 50%. Ask them if they get all the resources that they need and the support that they need, and they get vehicles on time when they need it. They're afraid to talk. Look at Fire Service, look at the fare station down at the airport, and a challenging minority, go and visit them. See if they have what is required to maintain an international airport down at that fire station going down to the airport. And so when I say quite strongly that people ought to mind their business in this space is so that when you know you have a legal responsibility, mind it. Because that's your responsibility, and I will not hesitate to remind you of such legal responsibilities, one of which is the matter of national security. I wish to then move into, quite quickly, before I wrap up, look at the fact that the minority keeps trumpeting a statement that is not true. The minority has said that we have spirited away over $300 million out of Tobago. I stood in this house and responded to questions at the last Chief Secretary questions led by the member for Roxborough Argyle, who asked me specifically to identify all of the non-Tobago or Trinidad contractors and how much they were being paid in this space. And I'm sure if you return to that response and you do the summation of how much was paid to any contractor from Trinidad in Tobago, the total sum has not passed 300, nor has it even reached 300. To the extent that the member was asking, so why are we not paying them all their monies? Why are we taking so long to pay them? And I had to explain what is defects liability period means. I had to explain that in the way the contracts are structured is so that payments are stretched over a lengthy period of time, so that in no fiscal year, and certainly when I look at the 2 fiscal years added together, can we say that checks amounting to 300 million or over was spirited away from Tobago? And I need to make that very clear. Then the question was raised about the contractors being paid, and I wish to take the opportunity to clarify some things for the public. We instituted a series of audits in Tobago, and I made it clear that payments will be made only pursuant to those audit reports. The first audit report was completed and payments were made pursuant to that. The second audit report was recently concluded, and I can assure you that the Division of Finance, where I now sit, already made the requisite warrant and sent the releases to the Division of Infrastructure to make those payments. So why is there a hold-up? You know why is there a hold-up? Let me tell you what is criminal. There is a hold-up because now that it's time to pay, there are no contracts on file, no completion certificate for these works. And so how are you paying without there being a contract assigned to the file so that accounts is dutifully paying against the correct thing? So what has to happen now is that we now have to send instruction for the engineers to go back out to those same roads and assess them for completeness. Then we also have to call the same contractors and say, were you ever given a contract? You have a contract at all? So that they could bring in their contracts. All of those things missing from the file. And I am insisting that the payments are consistent with the public accounting best practices on the island. So notwithstanding making the money is already available, the payments have to be consistent with that. And I wanted to take the opportunity to make that clear. But I want to go further and say that what perhaps might have contributed to criminality and contributed to the economic situation we are in is that we had a preceding government knowingly giving out contracts, the total sum of which exceeds the budgetary allocation for capital development in any given year of the THA. And to simply see on the note, the Secretary of Finance will find the money. Right? That is criminally irresponsible. And so when they talk about paying people their money, the question is, should we shut down all new capital development work and seek to pay that out and we still don't have enough to pay it out? No, they need to take responsibility for their actions and their party was part and parcel of criminal actions. And I want to assure Tobagonians, I've been very quiet on this issue for a long time, right?
Chief Secretary, you have 5 minutes.
Sure, I've been very quiet on this issue for a long time, but I assure you the necessary legal steps are being taken, right? And the necessary legal actions will follow that will ensure that Tobago recoups what Tobago lost through that ordeal. Finally, Madam Presiding Officer, this motion is a simple one that says, in essence, that we should set up this standing committee devoted to continual monitoring and evaluation of all the plans, all the programs, all the strategies to treat with high levels of crime on the island. In monitoring and evaluating, this committee will naturally and invariably be part of the development of those programs. So there is no need to excise that phrase to put in the word development of program. Secondly, it is the duty of several divisions to construct those programs according to what the research is pointing to. And what we are saying is that we must now have a body of talented individuals who can screen those programs. Because let's be honest, for time immemorial, since Robinson was chairman of this THA, we have had programs upon programs upon programs aimed at keeping Tobago safe. And if we are honest, between the first THA in 1980 and the current in 2024, levels of crime in Tobago has risen over time and risen considerably. It means, therefore, that beyond doing programs and implementing strategies, there is a need for a group of talented people to screen these strategies and these programs. The only person missing today, and sadly so because the epicenter of the fight against crime rests in that division, is that of the Secretary of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. And let me say the Secretary so assigned was, I don't want to say institutionalized, but hospitalized, and he's more than likely to be there for at least the next 72 hours. That's why he's not present in the House today. But I am aware that the relevant officers in that division, they sat down, because I had a meeting with them about a month ago, and they were going through all of the plans, the approach, how they're going to get at it. They have a youth director that used to run the Citizens Security Program, and so she brought that experience into the room. They have all the details, they did the analysis, they looked at the budgeting for it, they did all that work. And then the secretary this morning, unfortunately, had to be out because of a medical issue. But what we want is that, notwithstanding all of those plans and strategies, this steering committee, which I hope you will support and be a part of, will be the oversight and to ensure that it is in keeping with best practice, which means that that steering committee will have to contain criminologists, past law enforcement officers, lawyers, sociologists, and a wide range of people. And finally, before the time runs out, I wish to put on record that I do feel the same way, that we must accept responsibility for our own nasty ways. And in nowhere this motion is saying that the reason that crime is high is just because the national security apparatus is failing. That might be part of it, because containment I spoke about in the opening of the motion is one of the strategies. However, as an island, I want you to know that the presentation of this motion is me as Chief Secretary saying we must accept responsibility for our own nasty ways, which in essence has led to some higher levels of criminality. And if we are honest with ourselves, the Tobago spirit, the Tobago culture has changed significantly over time. It has changed. We have had, in some instances, communities that have just changed the face, the behavior. Social groups have changed. And the same social groups we espouse in this house, the churches, the youth clubs, the sport clubs, they have to now compete with 6 and 7. That's the reality, and which is more attractive. And some of the people who are involved in criminal activities on the island are people who are currently fully employed by the THA. So let's all take responsibility, Madam Presiding Officer.
Chief Secretary.
And
time is up.
Last sentence, please. I thank you for the nod of approval. Let us all accept responsibility, because crime will affect every one of us, including the Chief Secretary, notwithstanding 16C of the Act that gives me security. Because I could tell you that this morning I was driving through a crime scene because gunshots happened outside the residence on that main road. That's where it happened this morning. The councillor mentioned it. And I was passing post the event as police was setting up its barricade and so on. And I'm just saying, every single Tobagonian is affected by this reality. And so I appreciate and I applaud the members opposite, who I expect to support this motion, now that they understand how we interpret the expression continual monitoring and evaluation, that they will support this motion unabated. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Honorable members, I will first put the question on the proposed amendment. The question is that the motion be amended by leaving out the words continual monitoring and evaluation to insert the words development and be added at the 5th recital of the motion. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. No. Unfortunately, the amendment has been denied. Honorable members, the question put is, whereas the increase of criminal activity, the recent oil spill, and other burgeoning social ills have forced Tobagonians to critically analyze our overall safety, and whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, while not vested with the direct authority over national security, possesses the capacity to advocate for and engage in collaborative endeavors with pertinent entities to effectively enable an atmosphere of security within Tobago's jurisdiction. And whereas the formulation and execution for focused intervention strategies in Tobago necessitate a proactive and multifaceted approach underpinned by the active involvement of all stakeholders, be it resolved that the Tobago House of Assembly adopts a comprehensive integrative approach encompassing all facets of the THA operation. I'll read again. Encompassing all facets of THA operations to bolster intervention strategies aimed at reassuring public safety on the island. Be it resolved that this Assembly establishes a standing committee devoted to the continual monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of these intervention strategies, thereby ensuring their efficacy in diminishing crime rates and fostering an environment conducive to the safety and security of Tobago's residents. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Motion for adjournment.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Members, the question is that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Honorable members, pleasant evening.